Good touch by Wycliffe, but putting the ball far out with that attack. It has been, the set score is now 13-3 in favor of Nampo. Save outside by Rebecca. And the score point is now 4-13. And your screen there, on your screen there was Kudzai, jersey number Kudzai Chiguta, jersey number 13. And here is Wycliffe Shipanga with a serve. A good serve into position 6 with good recovery there. Libero with a very good Rivero with a good pass out there. So we're just following good touches there by LV. Good recovery by the setter, that is Miameno. That was an error there by Kudos again, and we have a serve by Letty. Ball is placed on court. It's like the Kudos girls are finding the ball very hard or difficult to maneuver. And Letty, jersey number 4, Tapopi on serve. A good roll save there to the libero, or to position 4 of Kudos. Good hit by Lady from the backcourt. There is a net touch. There is a net touch or net violation by Kudos. And as it stands, Kudos is trailing far behind now. Here we have Leti with a serve. Good touch by the libero. Miriam with a backcourt attack there. Good touch by Kutsi. Placing the ball into that deep position at 4. And Munda Tiopolina could not get there. We have Ligola Moshoko coming back on the front. And the front lineup there is Ligola, Kutsi, and Maggie. Service by Naledi, jersey 16 on to court to Rebecca. And the Nampo ladies could not retrieve that. The teams are equally matched. I think just it's a matter of who makes a lot of errors, and you can run away with it. But as it stands, Nampo Volleyball Club has an advantage. Making mince with their point collection. Good recovery there by Rebecca Kandundu. A pass by Miriam to Maggie. And Rigola going with a middle attack ball there. Could see picked up by Leti to Naimi. Naledi out there, and ball is roll out. As it stands, there seems to be a bit of a lack of coordination between the setters and the setter and the attackers for Kudos, and the transition, good transition between the players of Nampo Volleyball Club. Good serve by Munda. Maggie with a good touch into that deep space over the attackers, and Letty could not get there. That was a good point by Miriam. So front lineup for Nampo is Elvi, Naomi, and Helena. Helena out to LB on the outpost, and she's just used the hands of Miriam, and the ball dropped in front of the setter there. A quite strategic game that Coach Harold is playing, and just making sure that at least they accumulate points on every serve. And Naimi with a serve. Good pass by Naledi. Ball is inside. Ball. Oh. The line judge has called for the ball to be out, but that appeared as if it was in. Naimi still on serve. Naimi still on serve. Served out. Libero did a good judgment there, and also Naimi is one of the players with the good hard serve. But I think she's playing it cautious, given that it's a morning, and I think those jitters are also getting to them as players. Out ball by Kutsai. You get to wonder if one of the top players are also not getting their serves right. That means the game in itself is just off. That's Naimi in your picture, and here we have Helena, former Six Stars player. Save on the line. Save on the line there by Helena, just getting Shipanga off there. And she's still trying to pick a position and a target. Trying to get the ball all hyped up. Good pass by Kutsi. Miriam with a roll there, making it more easy for KNVC to actually punish them. A good touch by Rebecca there against Rigola. Miriam with a hit. And a good play there by Kudos. Wycliffe Shipanga with an out ball there. And it's a carry ball that the referee is indicating. A carry ball that the referee has indicated. In your picture there, there's Telma Shivolo, the libero for Kudos. I think she's receiving libero for Kudos. And Ligola Moshoko with a good dipping serve. Good recovery there by Miriam. Wycliffe with an erratic hit there. Actually a good set that she got, but got the ball wayward. Here we have Elvi Mongeli on serve. Elvi Mongeli on serve, and she goes right and puts the ball between 5 and 4. Wycliffe Shipanga dumping the ball to position 5, and there was nobody there. I think Rebecca was just caught flat-footed there. You can see the girls for Nampo just trying to rile each other up to say, look, we got the set almost done, so let's just be more focused and concentrate to do the normal tasks that we are assigned to do and get this one back. Telma with a good touch there, and Megameno to Miriam, but Helena with a good dig. Telma again with a good dink by the setter of MDF, and the lady just putting her hands up there to block Rebecca. To block Rebecca. So we have here an error almost by Rebecca there, but good recovery by Elvi. Shivolo with the pass, just going out of the channel of the setter, and good touch ball out there, and still it's becoming now a duel between the blockers, that is Naledi and Rebecca Kandudu, and out ball by Monda there. Coach Harold not just leaving anything to chance, calling for a timeout. As it stands, we're just trying to get the score, but at one point there was a saleable lead for Nampol Volleyball Club against Kudos and the first set. And these are the first matches of Sunday morning that started at 9, and some a bit delayed because of the technical setup of the courts that had to be readjusted. But as we stand, NDF Phoenix had taken the first set against Ballbusters on court A, and on court B, it appears as if it's AfroCat C that has taken the first set against Correctional Service, and it's still ongoing in the first set between Correctional Service and Mighty Gunners in the first set. We're still going to try and get those scores. Rebecca Kandudu collecting the ball out there, and I think it's a serve for Nampo, and that's jersey number 10. Good save out to the libero, and Telma doing a good job, but Naimi was in position there. The setter has changed. We have now Albertina Shilelo coming into set. She's now standing on position 5, and good pass by Kudzi. A lady just hitting the ball outright there into Naimi's end, and she was standing towering there. As it stands, this game has just ended with a good block there by Naimi, and it is 1-0 in favor of Nampol Volleyball Club. We are still to see what the scores are, and then get back to you. As we are trying to get adjusted to the conditions here, we are also just encouraging those that are at home who had not gone to church to come out here and enjoy this good setting. Yeah, the game ended 24-11. Quite a dismal performance there by Kudos, trailing by close to 14 points against Nampo. And it's unlike those two teams to go at each other like this, and unlike Kudos actually to be trailing. But as I say, it all depends on how you've been preparing for the game. Nampol Volleyball Club obviously having played rivals, and them that game ending in a 3-0. Nampol played also, I think, 6 Stars yesterday. Was it NOVC? Yeah, they played NOVC, winning that match 3-2. And Kudos having played Ballbusters, winning 3-0, and they had a game that is now rescheduled to this morning with NDF, which they were trailing 2-1, and it was 19-18 in favor of NDF in the fourth set, but that game was called off due to the, no lighting systems on the court, and it was pitch dark on court side, so referees and the competition director calling that game off. Now, according to the rules, that is rule 17.3.3 under chapter 5 of interruptions yesterday, this match had to be called off, but since it could not be determined within the 4-hour period of the cancellation of the match, they had now to reschedule the match to be played today. So that's the only match that is going to be replayed today, the ladies match at 11, and the men's match has been indefinitely postponed to a later date and time and venue. This is because the male match is starting at 11, and the next match is starting at 11, which is going to probably end around 1 or 2, and it was determined by the federation that all games are to be completed by 1, so that people can travel while there's still sufficient daylight to their next destination. So there will be 3 courts used for the female matches and 1 court used for the male matches. So So we are going to have the second lineup for Nampo and Kudos. We're going to see as to how are these teams going to set up. Is Kudos going to recover in terms of the sets, or are they still feeling the fatigue of yesterday's games, and especially the last match that they played with the NDF Phoenix, which was cancelled? We are trying to as well get the scores for. We're as well trying to get the scores for the NDF Ball Busters match. As it stands, it's 11 in favor of NDF and Ball Busters. So the Nampol girls, they're trying just to hype themselves up and say, look, we got this, we can make we can take these 3 sets to 0 and we finish it off. We can see now a readjustment in the team where Ligola and Naledi are blockers, Ligola starting at 1 and the attackers being Taleni starting at 5 and Kutsai the opposite, or utility starting at 5 and Taleni starting at 6. Naledi the second blocker starting at 4 and one attacker, the Elena Veyo, starting at 3, and obviously one rotation up for Kudos with Meameno Hater coming in as a setter. So they have now brought in Taleni, the firepower of Taleni and Elena, just to try and see what difference they can make in this match. Now replacing the libero there, passing the ball out. That's Telma Shivelo passing the ball out of court, giving advantage to Nampo. Serve is still with Nampo. Kudzi there caught flat-footed, really making a meal out of that serve. Was a very dangerous serve also. It seems it's Naomi that is serving, and we had indicated that she has a very difficult serve when she gets that. Again, Kutsi launching into that ball. Taleni with a good recovery there, and Helena making a mess of that one as well, and it's now 2-1. 1 Kudos and 2 Nampo. And serve is Meameno. She also has a very good serve, very good jump serve, and also a very good float serve. And you see her attempting that and really almost getting that point. Monda with a recovery. Telma with a wayward pass going over the net, and NDF or Nampo just making points. And see that these girls seem not to be warm enough yet, or probably have given up with themselves on this match, with really just not getting the kind of game that you expect from them. Elena attempting there to get that deft touch. Ibero out to Meameno there, and Meameno passing the ball out to Elena. Good recovery by Kutsi. Naledi pushing the ball into the setter and just getting a point exactly there. Thank you. As it stands now, it's 2 sets to 1. 2-1 in the second set, and 1 sets to 0 in favor of NDF Nampo. Good recovery by Elena. Meameno pushing that ball out again to her, and she's dropped it right to Monda, who had received the ball, and Rebecca Kandudu making a meal out of that good attempted defense from her teammates. Elena on serve, one of the oldest and veteran players, and she had served that ball outside. You could see that she was trying to get to that position 5, but serving the ball wayward off court. We are having in your short there, jersey 12, that's Elena Veyo. Good pass from her, and it's an overpass. A net touch there by Meameno. It seems Kudos are not getting their passing ranges correctly, having a lot of overpasses, and that is where they've been killed by the tall blockers of good play. I think what they need to now look at is trying to get the passes off the net for Meameno, because she seemed to be touching the net a lot with her hair. And if they can then re-strategize to get those long passes within the range of the 3 meter, they could probably recover, because they are now standing at 4-5 in favor of Nampo. But it's now equally poised. Rebecca leaving that ball there. Rigola trying to, that's a good touch by Elvi and good recovery. Rebecca with a pass over. Kutsi making an error there on the ball, hitting the antenna. As it stands, it's really there are certain players that are costing their teams a lot of points. Kutsi with a lot of errors for Kudos, and then you get a player like Elvi and Naimi and Rebecca on the other side. Still, as we are saying, this Kutsi goes and put the ball into the net, really disadvantaging her team, and now it's a 3-point game between the two teams, 7-4. So the error count on Kudos, it's quite a lot. Taleni there messing up with a pass. I think it's a disjointment between the setters, the libero and the attacker, not really in sync with one another. And Nampo just exploiting those zones. Good pass. Kutsi delayed there. She could not come and get the ball. And the point, it seems Nampo was also not sure as to what they wanted to do with that free ball they got. It's now a 3-point game for KNVC, or Nampo Volleyball Club. They had also renamed and rebranded from KNVC to Nampo Volleyball Club. Again, we see Kutsi, even with serve, just this is now her 4th or 5th error actually in this set, and those are points that Nampo is collecting. It's now 9-5 in favor of Nampo. Letty Tapopi with a serve, serving way far from the line so that she can just get the ball in, and that overpass again. So overpass from the libero. I think the Kudos coaches need to now really re-look into the passing so that they can get their rhythm going. And you could see Letty is now saving close to 3 meters away from the baseline of the court so that she can put more power into that. And here's Elvi with a touch, and Helena with a dink there. Good Ligola coming in and recovering very well after that Naimi's block, and getting a point for a team, recovering very well there. Still within their range. It's a 6-10 game. It's a 4-point game, so it's anybody's game. Unlike that lead that Nampo had. Good recovery by Kutsi, pushing the ball out there. LV seemingly not. Telma could not get that ball back. And the senior players here, Kutsi and Alina, expected to actually recover the team, but as it stands, they are really also struggling. And the senior players on the other side of Nampo, Munda and Naimi and Elvi, really just making amends, especially with overpasses, making sure that they block the balls and then get it over with. a good roll over the blocker, and there was a big gap open there on the back court between Munda and Rebecca. A point made by Elena. You can see that both teams are really struggling in their court coverage, and then the spacing also. At Nampol really making good use of those exploits. 7-11 is what we are, and an over serve by the Kudos Sports Club there, and giving advantage to Commerce Nampol, or to Nampol Volleyball Club. Naomi on serve. It's now 12-7. 5-point game. She goes and does the same and gifts Kudos a point after having been gifted by the other players, or by Kudos. We have now Meameno. She's going to now try and attempt to do the jump serve to recover her team. And that was a good serve from her, but good recovery. And she recovers very well also from there, and a team Munda puts that ball way out. That's Munda Teopolina, just having played that ball recently outside. Ball is being rolled over the net for NDF, and Meameno still serving. Now she's also standing way behind the 3-meter line, and she really wants now to recover the team. She gets her serves right. She's got a very mean serve on her, and as I'm just saying that, she serves an ace ball, and she is a weapon for Kudos if she maintains her serve, because she has one of those serves with a degree of difficulty. And she's on her third set, and we are now on timeout. She is just trying to get the feel of the ball so that she doesn't lose the momentum, whilst the coaches are calling for that timeout. She just wants to get herself adjusted, to get comfortable with the ball and have a position. You see the correctional service boys, they're also just giving her advice as to what she must do, and for her to have good points on her serve. As it stands now, it's 1-0 for Nampol. On the second set, it's a 12-10 in favor of Nampol. The NDF Ballbusters match, second set just ended. Good serve again by young Meameno. They're recovering her team within 1 point, and Nampol now trying to just re-strategize and say, guys, what is happening? Let's set up very well. And I think she has found her rhythm. Yeah, she has found her rhythm, and has so far really gotten her team within 12 points now, and it's set tight. It's a point where they need to start fighting. Fighting for this. And Naledi there in the picture, jersey 16, she's the blocker, and Meameno there. Meameno there with a serve and point. The girl is on fire. She's got her rhythm, and it seems that Nampol has no response to this. And yes, that's Meameno Haita for Kudos, getting her rhythm right again and going for that jump float, and she was just too early with that, putting the ball into the net. But she has recovered her team very well. It's now up to them to try and work for each other and make it a tight game. As it stands, it's now 13 sides in a set where Kudos was much of the time trailing. Serve is now Helena with the serve. Good touch by, there seemed to be a carry ball there by Naledi, and it's 14-13 in favor of Nampol. Pass or serve again by Helena. She setting up and running up for that serve position. Good recovery there by Kutsi. Good set by Helena to the middle. Kutsi putting that ball high. Naledi with, yes, LV with a touch of the block, and again it's an error from Kutsi. It's an error from Kutsi on the block. I think she went up too late, and LV just using her hands for a block out. As it stands, again, it's now Nampol taking the lead after good work by Mehamena, but the teams can still, you know, pull a surprise on each other. A serve in, that's what the referee is saying. And Elena still just letting that ball go. Error count on the senior players is just too high, with Nampol not really making huge points in terms of their attack. Is more of the errors by Kudos. And again, you can see that error from the libero there, unable to recover. The libero unable to recover the ball. Helena on serve. That is just so bad. Good celebration there by Nampol. They are just having put an ace serve twice actually by Helena, and this is just because of the positioning of Kudos. They seem to be unsure, especially within those channels between the libero and the attacker and the blocker on the back, or actually the opposite on the back. They have now let this game to go. Charlene, the libero, or the receiving libero, they're really struggling with the passes, and this is where it's really indicative that a player like Simonia is missed in the team in terms of the passes. Helena again putting the ball out, and it seems there is no confidence from the club or from the players on court as to the difference they can make. On the bench, there is Tasha and Shilelo Albertina. There is Miriam, and good roll swing by the shortest player on the court. That's Letty, making a point. That's 19-14. 19-14 for Nampol. And seriously, Kudos are in danger of losing the set if they don't recover. Again, there is an error between libero and block, libero and attacker. It's a matter of positions for this team. They cannot really get themselves into good position, and by so far allowing Nampol to make about 8 points from servers. The attackers, Taleni there, getting her first attempt on hit on the game, where the passes were a bit difficult. Kutsi with a good roll there, but Naimi really coming into play. Good one by Taleni, and her getting her going. She just recovered a point for Kudos. One thing that has not been happening on both sides is that there has not been transition play. There's not been combination play. It's all about errors in terms of reception, errors in terms of the hitting. So we are yet to see a good combination play. Good swing there by Letty, but the ball going wayward. As you could see, she was trying to cut off that block, avoid the hands of Ligola there, but in doing so, putting the ball out. Again, an error from Nampol there. So 16-22 now because of that error in service by Naledi, rushing her serve, and in so doing costing her team. And in so doing causing her team to lose that point. It's setting up well in favor of Nampol now. It's 22-16. Good touch by Naledi there. Recovery by Elena. A good touch by Rebecca. Naledi with a good touch. The ball is wayward off. And the setter is also complaining that, guys, let's get the ball high and on the side of the court, because we are Lenny making a mess of that pass. She was out of position and costing her team dearly there. It's now 23-16 or 24-16. Rebecca with a serve. And serving outside at 17-24. We're going to see a recovery from Kudos from this, given that the other team is having 6 set point. And with this set point, any error from Kudos will obviously cost them the game. So it's Kutsi with a serve. She seemed not to be trusting her serve. Ball is way out there, and Kudos now within 6 points of 7 points of taking off the game, and Nampol within 1 point. They just need to get the passes right, and then good block by Rigola. And that was a wayward pass by Helena. I don't know, Naimi was also a bit slow. And what they need is just 1 point. It's becoming a psychological thing now for both teams, because they are not getting themselves right. 2 players going for a pass there. Letty putting the ball in the net. It's now a 5-point game for Kudos. They are believing, and a 1-point game for Nampol. But what is really critical here is that any error on serve by Kudos can cause them the game, but they've just shown great recovery by coming back here by coming back to 20. So we have Coach Harold there with the red bucket head, and that is jersey 12 Elena Veyo, hailing from Korankuru. What's happening currently here is that Nampol, if they take this win, they will be setting themselves up within a chance of being second on the log if they take this 3-0 win. That ball just dropped within the teams, and I think the blocker's going too early, and that set is over in favor of Nampol. Kudos obviously playing without their coach, that is Loretta, who's under suspension from the Volleyball Federation, and that case is now being dealt with by an independent committee sanctioned by the Federation, and we are still awaiting to hear what that decision will be. And also within that suspension, there is a setter for Nampol, that is Mr. Dorcas Santos, also suspended, and pending the investigation outcomes of the investigation for Nampol team. So it's quite it's quite disadvantageous to the team, but then again, the sports in itself is a disciplined sport, so necessary remedial actions are always required to just have everybody following the sports regulations. As on this court, we are seeing Afrocat and correctional facility Kietmansop Volleyball Club, and we will just try to get you the scores there. Correctional facility leading by 22-15. 22-15 for correctional facility, and it's one set in favor of Afro-Ketsi. So it's well poised. It's well poised to come to a good end. Probably going to go for a tie break, or either team going to take it. It's now 23. Oh, 22-17 in favor of Afro-Ket. A good pass out there by the Afro-Ket, by the correctional facility players. A good block by Afro-Ket teams there, and then they are regaining. It's now 18-22. They are leading one set. That's Mr. Joel and Hilary Imbua, former presidents of the Volleyball Federation. Mr. Hilary Imbua, now a deputy director at the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth and Sports, as deputy director of development, and Joel Matthews, warrant officer at the Namibian Defence Force, and also a certified Federation of International Volleyball Level 3 coach. We have Esther there, Nambahu from Six Stars, just watching on the games. I think we still have Six Stars playing their game of the afternoon, with some supporters obviously from the north. The correctional facility game and correction facility game in Afro-Ket is now 20-22 in favor of correction facility, but in terms of set, correction trailing by 1 set to 0, Afro-Ket leading. Same rotation has been adopted with the setters changing. Taleni that's the Loretta Tutoy. They call her Fila, a coach of NDF. That's a coach that is under suspension. A good save by Albertina Shilelo. Telma with a good touch. A good roll ball by Naledi. Just seeing that gap, because she's realized that the Nampol girls are covering from the sides. Covering from the sides, and then Albertina Shilelo there with a good serve. Naimi with a good hit and just hitting the ball off from Melena. As it stands now, it's 1-1. Naimi on serve. Naimi on serve, and that's a wide positioning for for Kudos. Good touch there by Kutsi, and a set by Shilelo there. Elena putting the ball into the net. She has, this is one of her first errors in the game, just putting the ball in the net there. And you have Naimi now there, jersey number 7, coming in for a set there. Good pass, but then it's a slow movement from the players of Kudos. Their reaction to get to the ball, because the libero is struggling to place the ball between 2 and 3 for the setter to reach there, pushing the ball wayward to position 4, and all the players that were in position 4 could not recover that ball. Kutsi again missing that one. A push there to the zone. Error there, a lot of carry, a lot of touches by the Kudos girls, It's like they are just disorientated. They really not focused. They are making a lot of erratic passes and a lot of movements on the court. They are into each other's space, into each other's channels, and Nampol really just exploiting that. Naimi goes and puts that ball out on the serve when she had advantage. It's now 2-4. In the game of volleyball, a team can still recover from 2 sets down to 0 and win it 2-2 or lose it 3-2. A good block there by Meameno, combination of Meameno and Naledi. Again, the libero really not getting the passes right. Good recovery by Kutsi. She gets a ball, puts it in that open space. And if Kudos could play that game, they could give Nampol a lot of problems. But I think they are also not realizing, because they are too consumed with the many errors that they are doing, that they are not really focusing on the game anymore. Munda with a dig, and they are on top of each other there. Good back touch there by Meameno and Shilelo. Shilelo making a good point. A good save by Elena, causing an overpass. Kutsi just making it too. Good touch by Naledi. Is there going to be a recovery? No. It seems the Kudos ladies are not always ready for any return ball or recovery ball. Naimi there in picture. Now we have Beatrice Karange, who used to be with Revivals. She was a top setter with Revivals, now employed by the Nampol Force or the Namibian Police Force, playing now for Nampol. She has won a lot of accolades with Revivals. Good touch, and they are into each other's channels. And we have good recovery there by Naledi, and just being too much into each other's sides. And you get just to wonder what is happening. And we see the coach quite good recovery by the libero after that error by Elena. Beatrice coming in just to stabilize and get the motions moving. Good touch there by Naledi. Seems there is now some transition play from both sides. A good recovery by Kutsi, over by Naledi. Again, a good touch by Beatrice, and I'm telling you, the combination of Beatrice and Rebecca, a powerful hit by Naimi there, by Rebecca. Beatrice, is able to settle a game very well, especially when it is on the edge, and she has a good clean touches for both quick tempo or A1 sets and also outside sets. She's on serve again, targeting that position, and yes, Naimi just waiting at that net for those overpasses, and then was it LV waiting at the net for those overpasses. Actually, Rebecca Jersey 10. So far as it stands, it seems Kudos is really out of play. Kutsi blocked there by Rebecca, and touch by Naledi there. Look at Beatrice putting that ball, and Maggie touching the ball outside. Maggie touching the ball out there, and again an error from Kudos. Really gifting Nampol points, but then Nampol also making it difficult for them in terms of where they are serving, in terms of how they are setting up. we get to wonder what is happening. They are just talking to each other and saying what is happening, what is going on, but still not rectifying. There is nobody on the bench that is able to rectify those errors. A timeout called by the referee. As it stands, it's quite difficult now for Kudos because the players themselves on the court are not really in sync with one another. The players on court are not singing are not in sync with each other, and Nampo really exploiting. They are now making the serve as their offensive weapon because they've realized that there is no good passes from Kudos. We still have Beatrice Karange on serve. Still have Beatrice Karange on serve, targeting Kutsi there. And we have Mea Meno just putting the ball into the net. That was a good back pass, but a bit leaving it a bit too low for her to recover. So it is 11-4 in the third set. NDF Phoenix just defeated Ballbusters 3-0, and that game as we speak is done. Good touch by the libero there, and good swing by Naledi. That was an error or a lift by Beatrice or by Leti. Serve is now with Naledi. Good touch by Leti and Rigora putting that ball down. You know, if you capitalize on the overpasses of the other team, you also have a chance of making points from that. But if you're not serving correctly to make points, either to force them to make errors, that is not, you will find yourself trailing as what Kudos is doing now. The men's match on both courts is still ongoing. Mighty Gunners versus Correctional Service and Correctional Facilities Kietman. So good serve again there by Naledi, targeting Munda and just dropping the ball in front of her, losing out. Munda really couldn't just get that pass. Naledi bringing that's a coach now trying to just get a glimpse of her team as to how it is performing and see if they can recover. Good touch by Leti. And it's an out ball by Beatrice. Naledi has so far made some points, recovering very well from recovering her team very well from that deficit. Covering her team from that deficit. It's now 11-8. We have Mr. Mpadi as the scorer, and he was the referee for last night's match, which ended abruptly because of the bad lighting system here. There we have Wapenga just trying to warm up there for Kudos. I got Wapenga there for Kudos, just trying to get herself warm, and that ball is out. Missing just that position one that she was targeting, and in so doing gifting Nampol the chance to harm them again. Good serve there by Elena with a good pass. Shilelo with a good set, and Ligola just coming in there with a good kill That's cutting off the ball away from Rebecca, indeed, and there was nobody covering position 5 to retrieve there. This is what you'd want to see from both teams, but you know, it's coming occasionally. It's coming occasionally here and there, and it's really making the game. A long serve by Meameno, and you'd want to bang on her to make a good point with her serve like she did in the last set, in the previous set. Good serve by Rebecca. Kutsi again, and I mean, when we say senior players have cost the team a lot, she is just throwing the ball at random and really knowing that there is LV there. She has made it difficult for the other players to really just recover. That's a good attempt by Shilelo to drop the ball in front of again, Kutsi gifting Nampol the ball there. She has not made an attempt of getting that ball anywhere in a difficult position where Nampol can recover it. It just goes and tosses it right into Naimi's hand, who sets it up for the setter. Fortunately for her, the blocker, Ligola, was actually alert. That's an out ball. Out call by the linesman. It is 11 to 14. 11-14, and chances of this team's taking it to the wire are very high. Good recovery by Elena, and then Shilelo pushing it out to her. Elena hitting the ball wayward outside. She was underneath the ball. Gain is just 12 and 13. The level of errors on them in terms of the count is now really high, and that has gifted Nampo Volleyball Club with much needed points for them to possibly win this. Serve out by Letty, targeting the antenna there, but or targeting position too, but just hitting the antenna. It's a 3-point game. Ligola on serve. She also have a difficult set. Karonge putting that ball out. It was almost an overpass, but really attempting just to try and get a point from it. However, missing the chance and making an error there for the team. Ligola putting the ball in. You could see she was very casual with how she floated or tossed that ball, and it's all about the preparation, you know, readiness in terms of getting the point, and she went on and put the ball in the net. Munda does the same. I mean, they are rushing the tosses, they are rushing the serves, and you got 8 seconds to make the serve, you know. When you have 8 seconds to make the serve, you ought to prepare yourself mentally to see where you want to put the ball. Good save by Shilelo there. As it stands, we have the set scores now, or the set score at 15-16, and the set scores at 2-0 in favor of Nampo. Good serve again by Naledi. By Shilelo. Naledi was caught napping there by Karonge, who just went and dropped the ball in front of her on 3. It's now Naimi with a serve. It's 17-15. A good touch. Meameno with a good hit, and Rebecca just blocking the ball out. It's now 16-17. Is there going to be any recovery here from Kudos? We are still waiting to see. And Elena on serve. As Elena is serving, she targets Letty, who does a good pass. Rebecca coming in with a nice roll swing. The timing from Kudos is just off. They are going one woman block, and then there's no proper cover. It's really making it difficult. They're making it difficult for themselves. Yeah. Karange. A touch by Ligola. You get to wonder why, when she could have just left that ball there. And you see Karange just having fun there, knowing that where she's targeting. And that's Karonge Beatrice, or they call her B. Good serve. Good overplay there, targeting that backcourt. Again, Rebecca making a critical point for Nampol there, but it's showing that it's a referee has indicated that it's a kudos point. Rebecca having gone into the net. Good recovery, but now ball is out of play. It's 17-19. That's Coach Harold Rakwata, former player for Nampol, also very great player in his time. We have LV here. LV on serve. Good quick one there by Ligola. Good quick one there by Ligola. It's 19-20. Just passing by her friend there, Rebecca. And this used to be the main blockers for kudos, Rebecca and Ligola. Shilalo is also doing a very good job there with the sets. Not to say that Maggie was not doing effectively well as well, but you know, you see now that they are trying to show up in terms of the position and then their combinations. Meameno coming in for serve there, tying the set at 20-all, and with her serving skill also has a possibility of making it a bit difficult for Nampol in this game. A timeout call, or a timeout call by Mr. Harold, just trying to break the momentum of the young Meameno there.
There you see the two girls, former Afrocat players.
Former Afrocat players, that's Miriam in the top, in the tracksuit top, and then Meameno with the ball, just, you know, caucusing and saying what they could do and the differences that they can bring about. We have Joanna there for NDF posting, I think just coming off from a good win against Ball Busters. And her coach, good save by Meameno, but a good recovery by Beck. And then again, you find that people are defending from far. Kutsi did not even jump. Good running by Shilelo. Kutsi swinging that ball out. God, you can just imagine what is happening out there. 22-20. 22-20 in favor of Nampol. You again, you are wondering what is happening against or with the kudos girls there. The chances of them having probably to have won this set was very high, and even the previous set, but they were not sure of themselves. Good pass. Again, Nigola making that point of Naimi. It's 21-23. The coach realizing, being brought off now, Kutsai, bringing in Miriam for that opposite position. Let's see what she will make, and she goes right into serve. We pray that she gets a good serve. And good serve, and indeed, good point for her. You could see that the girls are struggling to get to the ball. It's a matter of fitness. One doesn't really know, but good touch there by Miriam. Can she tie the set and make it a fighting game for her club? Again, good one, Karange with a ball out to Munda. And the setting and the positioning is just not there. Their positioning is just not there, and they gave Nampol advantage. Miriam on Miriam on court. Serve in the net by Letty, and now India Kudos has an advantage to try and tie the game up or even win it if they could serve tactically. And if they serve in the net here, it's done. She goes for an underhand serve, which is also a disadvantage because chances of the recovery there. Good. A net touch. And Nampol has taken the set 25-23. It was a disappointing game by Kudos. For sure, they need to do an introspection of themselves. I think the team came onto court with a lot of issues. But it's things that they need to rectify in terms of now their next game. And see how they can set up. It's quite disappointing that you have the big teams performing so dismally. But then again, you also give credit to Nampo, who's also a big team in itself, winning the match 3-0. And this is actually quite surprising because usually these matches go out to 3-0 to 3-2, and when they played in the dog tournament, it was even a clean sweep for both teams. Quite interesting for the viewers here. But yes, Nampo has taken this one, and they've also just shored up their chances of competing for the top honors in this year's VNL. A lot of work to be done by both teams, especially in their combination and transition plays. But Nampo really having capitalized on the weaknesses of reception for Kudos and having won that 3-0. We have the next match coming on being on the ladies' side, being Revivals and Nampol Ochos on Jupa, and the males match just playing opposite the game. You can see there is just disjointment on the bench of Kudos there. People are a bit trying to get themselves off court, but a bit of delay. And on the other, that's Shirlene there, and their assistant coach Denzo. You see the a dejected walk between the two teams. A dejected walk between the two teams. How we see Kutsi working with their coach there, explaining some stuff, and a lot just needs to be said between those two players, and because really Kutsi have also in her own way gifted Nampol a whole lot of points in terms of errors. Yes, some are bad sets, some are so, but a senior player of quality, you would expect her to rectify. Yeah, we see some mighty gunners and Central North Volleyball Association leads in support there in frame. So the next match there that we have will be for the ladies Unam Queens. I think that will be coming up with we're not sure if it is 6 stars, but yeah, that is what the next match is. We still have the male matches going on, that being Correctional Service versus Mighty Gunners, and then we have Keetmanshoop Correctional Facility versus Afro-Cat-C. So those are still to be, we are still to see the, we are still to get the, we are still to see the set scores on that side. Okay, we are live on Court B now with Afro-Cat-C versus Keetmanshoop Correctional Facility. And as it stands, Afro-Cat-C seem to be making some good points there. We are still trying to determine the score. We're still trying to determine the score between the two teams. And here we... Initially, it was 1-0, and Correctional Facility was leading. Good recovery there by by Jerobium on the block there, and we got Samuks passing that ball from a recovery outside. On serve, it's Tuafeni, I think, Simeon, or Theodore actually on serve for Afro-Cat. And that's out of picture now, but you can see on the shot as to what is happening. Yes, we're back here, and we are trying to just get the scoreboard. We're trying to get the scoreboard from those two teams and see what is happening there. But good pass by Elia, but a bit off. A good swing from him from position 6. And there's a 7 there. That is Simon Tuafeni just putting the ball out with that attempted backcourt attack. The scoreboard seems to be in favor of Afro-Cat-C. Seems that they are leading by 22 to 17 or 18. A good touch there by the setter Shaningis Sakeus. They are pulling a fast one off there on the block of Keetmanshoop Correctional Facility that is marshaled by Jerobium jersey 14, and it's just blocking that ball out. I'm still waiting for my co-commentator just to set up here quickly, and that is Anna Piri, and then we'll be taking you through the next matches as they come. Oh, good serve by Afro-Cat-C, making themselves big and grand. It is Shaningi, no, not Shaningi actually, that is on serve. Indeed, it is Shaningi that is on serve. And then in front they have Rivaldo as the alternate setter, Shaningi playing utility. So in the net, and as it stands, the game is done. Afrocat C leading 2-1, and just taking this game by 25-15 or 25-19 it seems. So it's fourth set now. Kidman's correctional facility needing to win this one in order for them to take this to a tie break, and Afrocat just needs to shore this up and gain 3 points and propel themselves to the somewhere within the top 4 of the league. All right, we are back on set, and I'm here again with the lovely Anna Mpiri. Anna, welcome back. And it's Afrocat C versus Correctional Facility in the fourth set.
Yes, good morning.
Awesome. What do you make of the previous matches? NDF Phoenix beating Ball Busters and Nampol beating or defeating Kudos. And we still have NCS going on with Mighty Gunners since 9 o'clock. It seems it's tough on Court D there.
NDF came prepared. Looks like it. Kudos, I don't know if it was yesterday's game or what happened, but Kudos just wasn't having a good game. So NDF came and took it straight 3-0.
Yeah, Nampol that is. So we have this one tied at on the fourth set, actually 2-0 in favor of Afrocat, and 2-1 in terms of sets for Afrocat. Are we seeing Afrocat taking this one?
Afrocat is doing a very good job, given that they just joined the Vnl this year. So yeah, they are competing. They are just not here to make jokes. They are in for it.
True, they have so far won all their matches here, getting an accumulative point of I think close to 6 points. If they win this one today, it's going to be 9 points, if I'm not wrong. But really fighting hard, and we see their Jersey 3 making actually their Jersey 10. Going with good serve there, and it seems they are very, very, very prepared. This match is being officiated by Mr. Shilongo. Mr. Shilongo, and he is supported there by, is it Mr. Katoma? And a point to Kidman's Correctional Facility after that error serve. Or out serve. Shaningi having a good touch there, and wow, ball pushed out by Jersey 6 there. It seems Correctional Facilities are struggling in terms of the setters, not getting their momentum going. We have Elia in picture there, Jersey 15. He was also a former Afrocat player, and they also have Ray Habiem or on there. Jersey 4, Simon Tuafeni, that's putting the ball into the net there and costing his team a point. So it's 2 sets to 5. NDF has so far, the NDF Phoenix have so far bagged 6 points with today's win, and we understand they are going to have a replay of their match here. Yesterday, the postponed match yesterday, they're going to play it here. That was an erratic serve. We don't know what jersey number 10 was attempting to do there, but
too much power. It was just too much
that
power.
was a lot of power. Indeed, that was a lot of power. One big game that is also still expected to be on is the NDF versus NDF Raptors versus Nampo, a male team, and they'll be featured on this court B. It's also one to watch. Quite interesting because these are the greatest rivalry in volleyball. After the retirement of Elegance and Killers players, and then Revivals and SKW, man. So those teams have still been going strong. Obviously, with the addition of Correctional Service, NCS, and Afrocat and Mighty Gunners, these are the most senior teams in Namibian volleyball now, NDF and Nampo. What do you think what are your views actually on that match?
We saw a preview yesterday. So yesterday the NDF Raptors took a while to get into the game. So I'm hoping today from the first set they'll play like they played in the third set. If it happens like that, we're going to watch beautiful volleyball happening here.
Indeed, and there are technical teams, just like the two teams that we are now watching here, Africat C and Kietman's Correctional Facility. And there's players of Africat, majority of them playing beach volleyball, adding to their technicality. Good touch there by Rehabium, or Jerobium, getting a good contact there from the quick one ball, or A1 ball there. Also a good pass or reception. Then again, Africat just trying to recover there, but again, an error from their players. We have Jerobium there in short, and Samuks now playing for Kietman's Correctional Facility.
Jersey 6 there is actually a product also of Kavango Volleyball Association. One of these guys that got employed specifically from volleyball.
And that is on correctional facilities, or
correctional facility with set jersey number 6, Marshall.
That's Marshall. Okay. So we have Marshall on Marshall jersey 6 on serve, or actually now setting for correctional facilities. And he also played apparently for Navy and then for Kudos at one point.
And for Unam Vipers.
And for Unam Vipers. Which is actually very good. You hone your skill. That's a good set from him outside, and then Elia just goes and puts the ball out. I don't know, that the swings that we are seeing here today is like probably the players were too over-rested, because they are just doing things that we're not expecting. And we have observed this in the ladies' match. It was equally just the same. Erratic passes, erratic swings. So it's just terrible. Good touch. Samuk's missing that one from Mashlo, but you can see what the idea was, but no connection there. That's Samuk's there. He was a former Afrocats player, also a former NAS student who graduated, I think, 2 years back, and now scooped up by Correctional Service just to add strength to the team of Kietman's Correctional Facilities. It's one thing, Anna. There's a lot of brains on those volleyball teams. You literally see most of the teams are having a lot of graduates and students doing very well, and their AS levels. Some of them tertiary. That's an erratic swing again by the same player, jersey number 10. He's a lefty. It's no uncharacteristic of a left-handed player to be swinging like that. You'd expect them to be giving players on the opposite side some trouble, but it seems Africat is just relaxing once he goes on the swing. Good swing by Jersey 2 on serve there, and a good block again by Theodore. Theodore is a player that has come of age with his development in the volleyball at Africats, and really very good strong player carrying this team together with Sakeus, who has also been a product of the Kavango Volleyball Association from school, from the school time up until when he relocated to Windhoek, having played for Happy Do and then now playing for Africats. Came of age, matured now, and he's carrying his team in this VNL, especially after qualifying them last year at the NVF Cup.
What you were saying about a lot of students here, you see volleyball keeps you away from so many things. So let us encourage the young ones to participate in sports instead of just being out on the streets abusing alcohol. So you spend time here at the volleyball, and that is time that instead of maybe being on the streets, you're out here, which is very good.
Indeed. I mean, we also thank the coaches and the parents also, you know, allowing these kids to play for those teams at the most critical juncture of their lives, when they are writing exams or when they are going through school, and the coaches were just blending that academic and sports excellence, ensuring that all the players are taken care of in terms of the time that they need to have to study, and also given the appropriate training that is required to develop them. So
Yeah, it teaches you at a young age already how to balance your life in terms of when to play volleyball and when to focus on school.
indeed. A good serve, good recovery
Oh, that was a good recovery.
definitely. But look at Simon Tuhafeni there going. Good push out to Theodore, and again. Jersey 7 getting their ball, and you could see they are going hard.
Nice jump set from the setter there. The blockers thought he was...
Definitely, he's been watching a lot of VNL, it seems. He's watching a lot of Japan skills.
Yes.
Because this is something that is well known with the Japanese team. A good roll there by the number 10. I think this time realizing that he's been causing his team with a lot of errors with those uncoordinated swings, and just rolling it into the open position there and making a point. That's Coach Shumera, who has extensively developed some of these young points, and over the time, and also developed several others that are now with other teams, both on female and ladies teams. I understand he's also now coaching the under-19 team for the regional fives. I'm not sure if it's a female or male team, and we are all looking forward to see how they're going to be performing against countries like Zambia, Botswana, Angola and Lesotho and Eswatini as well.
I understand the team is in camp right now, so Coach Chumera had to leave them just to come and attend to these games, and when he leaves here, he's going back into camp to join the national team.
Indeed, it's and that's him and Coach Likando Sida for NCS Correctional Service. And that's actually good to have a coach that has the basic and fundamental understanding of what is required for the younger players, and that mentality to lead them to progress. That was a good touch by Jersey 7 to recover that ball, and just losing out a bit there on, I think they were a bit unfocused in terms of their positioning at the net. But as it stands, they've got a saleable lead now, 7 points gap between them and Kidman's Correctional Facility. On the under-19 team, are you aware as to the composition of the players? Were they taken from the school leagues as an active school league going, and how were they selected?
I'm really not quite informed on the selections, but I know that the under-19 national team was at DOC tournament this year.
Okay.
So that's a very good team, the fact that they could compete DOC tournament.
Mr. Shilongo there in the picture, the first ref. I think he's also made a name for himself with his own development in reffing, and becoming also a firm referee in the VNL and Namibian Volleyball Federation at large. Yes, you said they took part in the
they
DOC
took
tournament.
part in the DOC tournament, and the young ones were really competing. Quite impressive that they could come to a competition like that and not just get washed away, but they were actually putting up a good fight. So I believe the team is very much prepared for the upcoming games, and Namibia will be well represented.
We are all looking forward to that as we see that good hit by that is actually to Hafeni Simon Ndahula, who just attacked that ball from position 4 of his court directly to the opposite position 4 of Kidman's correctional facility, and making a big point for his team. They are looking to seal this one off and just take a rest or drive back to Windhoek, because this is their only match of the day. And Samuks going with power there on the block, realizing that there's Sakeus on the far end in position 2 for Afrocat, and just going with power, and Sakeus blocking that ball out. We have Veli Mushoko. Veli Mushoko is a brother to one of the kudos player, Ligola, I have to presume, and he is just waiting to see what is being called for here by the referees. It's actually a substitution, jersey number 8 being taken out, and jersey 15, Elia, coming on court. Are you having any representation in the under-19 team?
No, we don't have any representation, unfortunately.
That was a very good reception there by Veli. Again, the guy is just getting Elia and Samuks getting into each other's way. Oh, well, we hope that in the next selections we'll have players from the Kavango region. And the Kavango region had been a feeder to actually the under-17 and under-19 teams for many years. By then, when it was still the National School Sports Union, NSSU, and they used to have players partaking in various tournaments. We had a lot of players from Rundun. This is where you guys also came from, the likes of the Elinas, the Tina Shilelos, the Simonia, Kanyumara, and the Sakeus. Them, we have. We just hope he's not injured, not to continue with this match, because he's been one of the top players over the weekend, and also the captain of the team, leading the team to great victories and to tough fights against some of these big boys. See, he's still struggling.
It looks like an ankle sprain.
Yeah, and if it is that, then he may really struggle to move about. But they still have Rivaldo, the young setter, and he can come in and fill that position. You can really see he's struggling, and I think it's just a matter of probably getting the paramedic or the ambulance guys to come and look at him whilst they continue. But as you can see, he feels it on the top of he's feeling it on the top of his metatarsal there. So is it an issue of a cramp? Is it an issue of an ankle? Magnificent. That is Rivaldo. That is Rivaldo. He's one of the players that can be brought. He can be brought in for. Who can be brought in for Sakeus, and Sakeus seemed to be determined not to go off, realizing that the game is done. A good touch. I can still see with a good point. You can see he's struggling, and I think he just needs to call for us out. But
the coach needs to do the right thing,
because he's going to aggravate that injury. it's best that someone gets to look at it.
Where the medic team?
The medical team seem not to have gotten here today, but we've got an NDF ambulance on standby, ready to assist. Good touch by the young Rivaldo. Now that's one difficult thing. He set to an injured player, making it more difficult for him to recover, and just giving Kietman's correction 2 points there. Good recovery by Veli. Rivaldo again there, pushing the ball out properly to position 2 or position 4. The guys were not prepared. It seems they are also a bit set off by the injury of their captain, and they're all fighting. Yes, there is a first aid kid on court. We're just wondering why they are not again in the net by jersey 3. That was a 4 hit.
And Afrocat is saying that it was a touch there.
Oh no. Yeah, you have to call it the way you see it, otherwise that's a net touch. That's a net touch by the blockers. That was a net touch by the blockers.
You see the heart it's pumping. He still wants to continue playing, although he's limping.
Yeah, but that you know, my fear is the chances of aggravating that injury for future games are very high, and he may just give his coach more problems in terms of team selection going forward, whereas he could have just probably looked at it. And it has also made the attack one-sided. It's just like Kietman's correctional facility. Kietman's correctional is not reading into it, and by so doing, Afrocat is within 1 point. Is within 1 point of.
They're just asking there who's to serve.
But he had served already, jersey number 3. So I think there was a rotation fault somewhere there, because just when they came back on, jersey number 3 was actually on serve. A good touch.
Rivaldo is doing a good job with the sets there.
Indeed, and you know, he's a good reflex there by 7, and this guys just went and put the ball out. Afrocat C winning the match 25-18 and winning it by 3 sets to 1. 3 sets to 1. You see, Sakeo's not really giving up, wanting to make sure of this victory as a captain being on court, but he's finding it hard to move. Actually, he will feel this once they are done. You see, the medics have now come on and just try and see and work on that ankle, but you can really see that he is having some difficulties. He's having some difficulties in terms of moving.
Congratulations to Afrocat for how many wins this weekend?
I think they had 2 wins in a match, 2 wins today, 2 yesterday. You just have to look at the schedule. Yes, and Afrocat yesterday played against Mighty Gunners, winning that one 3-1. And then I think they played Calvary. That was a 3-2.
3-2, yes.
So they got 5 points yesterday, and then getting 3 points today. That's 8 points for them. So
that is a very good collection there.
Yeah,
8 points in one weekend.
8 points in one weekend, and that just makes it good for them over the weekend. I mean, if we have to just get the scoreboard as to where they were last, where they were yesterday in terms of the log standing. They were actually in position 5, having played 3 matches out of 14. So that makes it 6 matches. And on those 6 matches, they had 4 points, 3 points. So 8 plus 3, that gives them 11 points. So they are competing within the top 4.
Yes.
And obviously we had Correctional Service having played 2
matches yesterday,
winning 1, and that was giving them 15 points. Obviously with the match that was postponed yesterday, we're still waiting to hear. By our understanding is that this match is going to be played today afternoon. Same as the ladies match that is going to be played after the Mighty Gunners and Namibia Correctional Service. It seems that match has also ended, and it seems it ended in favor of Namibia Correctional Service. So that means Namibia Correctional Service currently stands on 20 points after 6 games. So they have 1 game today to see if they are going to make it 3 wins out of 3, or they are going to find themselves struggling again to get to the top of the log stand. Nampol obviously losing out yesterday, not collecting all 6 points, getting only 3. So in that, they are now finding themselves.
They are currently on position number 3.
With 9 points.
With 6 points, so now the 3.
With the 3 points they gained yesterday, so that's 9, and still just in position 3. They need to win this game with Raptors in order for them to eclipse Raptors and get into the 2nd position. Because as it stands, Afro-Cats will be now on 2nd position with 11 points, together with NDF. Yeah. All right, those are good replay shots there that we've been seeing, and I think, Anna, we just need to take a break whilst we await for the guys setting up and preparing for this game.
Okay, the guys are warming up, which is NDF Raptors. They'll be playing against Nampol. So we'll see you guys later.
Doctor, how are you, my friend? I was very bad to the TV.
All right, in Namibia, we're back here at the Sasibon courts. I'm here with Anna Mupiri. The first or the second game of the men is NDF Raptors versus Nampo Volleyball Club. As it stands, it's the first set. 2 points to 1 now in the set. The game has just started. And Anna, this is the big boys playing.
Good morning, guys. Are you as excited as I am?
The excitement is obviously everywhere because even on the pavilion here and the fans, they are hyped up by this. A good serve there by Ndafenongo. Good touch and dump there by Veino Namkomba. You know, it's so exciting to see that these guys are ready, hyped up for each other. And indeed, we can see that there's a tactical change by the NDF coach in terms of the settings and the blocking and also the opposite player. Good touch by Dafanongo from that Mtenya touch. Again, they're trying to eliminate the setter out of play, but him recovering very well in terms of the reception. Sindano with or Senet Silisebo with a good touch there. Spider-Man with a pass. And good shadow by Namkomba with a good point there to position 1. You can see the combination play is coming in, unlike the previous matches. I think people were still cold, they were still restless. But you can see these guys are hyped up to go.
And we can see Clemens is back on the block. They
Indeed.
need the height there in the middle.
Definitely, and you can see how he's trying to reach for that corner. Good save, trying to make it difficult for Nampo to play off system. And again, a good reach there by Mahachi, but the blockers from Nampol were in play. We understand that Mesach is not really feeling very well, hence he's playing with a mask. He's got a very terrible flu, hence he could not even play the game versus Kietman's correctional facility yesterday. But given the magnitude of this match, he is back on court. And Dafenango with a good touch there to Tenet, and it's an out hit from position. Actually, Namkomba with an outside hit. The setup of Nampo, it's so that Mesach is playing opposite with Francis the setter, and then you have Mtenya in the middle, and you have Ims playing from position 5 as the attacker. And
you see what I was saying there about the block.
Yes, indeed, and you can see how he was reaching into that position, and Ims just making sure after that ball had come back in the air, killing it from position 4 there, right down to position 1 of NDF Raptors. It's going to be a very tight game, this one, because those two teams would really want to redeem themselves after the losses. Or the loss yesterday and the near loss for NDF against NCS yesterday. It's a battle of the forces, the security forces here, and we're going to see which one is going to reign superior over the other in terms of volleyball. Good positional save to position 12 and recovery by the Ribeiro. That was exciting.
Wow.
This boy's got elasticity, and that has gone touch Mikasa onto the head of Namkomba, and he felt that. You see, he's trying to touch his forehead just to erase that Mikasa on him, but it's electrifying.
Look at him, his height. You'd think he's not capable of
Indeed.
doing what he's doing.
The vertical jump on this guy is just something else. So what we were saying yesterday is the jump on Kangajera against NDF. He was causing some chaos in the NDF defensive zone there. Namkomba with a touch also, and Tangeni was not prepared for that, seeing the ball coming out of the block shadow. And there was also some good reflexes by Prince. I mean, for that, the speed of that ball, for him to reduce, the speed on it, to allow for the set to be set up, it's just something else. Save outside by Mahachi, that was giving advantage to Nampo. The libero, defensive or receiving libero, is coming in. Jersey 14. Mesach on serve. Direct into position 5, and look at that back set. Namkomba making a meal out of that. I think he was waiting for the ball high out on position 2 and just really, and he was mostly on one-on-one. I don't know why he didn't go for power, but it's also about the positioning. Out ball by Mesa.
There are too many service errors, and it's early in the game. They need to reduce on the service errors.
The guys seem to be scared of each other. So it's assessment time. Everyone is assessing to see where they will be heading into. Even on reception, you could tell that there is also reception errors. That was Eslon Tangeni with that erratic pass from position 5. And now we have Vnl on serve. Tangeni again with a good recovery pass. Mesa coming from that
on the pipe
from position 1 and making a point there. Again, it's reception that is not really set right, because Tenet was reaching into that ball because he was actually out of he was actually within the shadow of the block, so he could not really see the ball as to where it was coming. A good touch by Ims there, but a good reception by NDF. Philemon just missing the ball a bit there, no contact. Tangeni with a good swing from that position 4. High set out to position 4, and he made a good point with it.
I love the aggression from Nampo. You'd think because the ball was deep there that he would just go easy, but he went with all the power.
Indeed.
Look at that.
Definitely. And he realized that there's also a short guy on the side where he is, so it's best to make a point for that, where he just missed the shot there. But as it stands, it's Nampo leading by 10 points to 7. Good save again by Ims. Set out to position 5, and wow, targeting the setter by Sindano. He realized that it's Francis that on position 2, and he can get points off him because his reach is very limited. And that's Mesa Kambala, the captain there. He has we understand that he has a flu, and understand he has a flu, but the ventilation through that mask is said to be conducive for him to be playing with it. So hence he's playing with it. So he's the captain and also the top attacker. And unfortunately now here with the suspension of Dockers, he has to change to opposite so that he can just assist in as a setter when Francis can't get it right. So it's again a disadvantage. But then when you look at Nampo's team, you've got Ims, you still have Willie that is out, you have Noak, you have Paul and Tenya on the bench. You get quite a big arsenal on their side that they can call on and make a difference. It's the same as for NDF. Good hand touch there by Erastus Philemon. I'm telling you, I was just left grounded there. I think it's also how the setters are really pushing out the ball to the various set positions and making it a bit difficult for the blockers to move.
The setters are actually working. They are making the blockers work. You don't know whether it's going in the middle or whether it's going outside.
Indeed.
And that's very exciting.
That was a good recovery by Philemon, but then Vainan Nkomba seemed to be a bit lethargic in his movement. He's a bit slow, and that is causing his team, because if you look at that set, it was in a position which he was supposed to attack when he's going for a backcourt, and really just again Mahachi going for that top middle quick ball there and making a big point there. But Pius Cavari was there, just that ball was hit with such venom.
The jump there in the middle.
The guy's foot is actually on the blue band, at the bottom blue band of the net. That's an in-ball point by Ndafanango. He's one that is renowned to have a very, difficult serve. Makes the serve very difficult. And again, you can see he's targeting the libero, doing very well there with the pass, and Mesa put down by Namkomba, and Ims couldn't recover. Now you see, in terms of technicalities, Anna, what other element of the game is really making these two teams quite formidable.
It seems like the teams have really done their homeworks. Both teams are at the top of their game. The blocks, look at that.
Good recovery by the libero. I mean,
Oh.
just look at that, and he saves his team.
Prince. Prince is actually
Wow.
the best defense in terms of Namibia. Like, he won the award at the dog tournament.
Oh, he deserves it. I mean, did you see that ball? It was dead, but he did recover it very well, and unfortunately, just awesome. That was a good swing by Eames, and good serve by Tangeni. Tenet using the hands of Eames there and making a point, and this is what you need to do when you've got the shortest player out on the outside position. It's best to use his hands to gain advantage in terms of points, and Tenet just did that. I was telling Pombili yesterday that Prince has got some elastic kind of skin, because the way
He's very flexible.
very indeed. The way he goes down and collects the ball when you just thinking that it's down, and
Look at-
recovers as it.
Look at Prince, his movement.
He's always on his toes,
Very
always
much
agile.
alert.
Yeah. And they're trying to serve away from him now to make it a bit difficult for Raptors to play. Tangeni with a good swing. Prince on his knees with a good pass out there. Again, him going out to Namkomba, and Namkomba not ready. He was not ready for that swing at all. You know, for a player not to have technical awareness at times, you see how that ball was retrieved by Sindano. It was already going outside, so the libero had only one option of position 2. But Namkomba was a bit slow, hence he hit the ball offhand.
Ooh.
Outside ball, that swing was just too out. I was thinking he was looking for the hands there, missing them.
He just turned too far out.
Yep.
If he can just adjust a little bit, he'll be on court.
Mahachi on serve there. Good recovery by Eames. Good touch by Ndafenongo, and awesome by Sindano. Eames and Mesa just hanging up there in the air, not reaching beyond the net or penetrating beyond the net, and coming down with the ball. As it stands, it's NDF in the lead, 16-15. Good set by Francis, and a good block by Erastus Philemon. Eames left with no chance there. This is living up to be a good game. Unlike when we started in the morning, we're a bit cold. You see these players, they are prepared. They're setting the court on fire with both their blocks and hits. A good touch by Eames there. Position out to Ronel Rogerio. Good touch. Sindano was a bit delayed. Mesa with a brush off, and being picked up there by Tenet of Mahachi. Point by Senet Selesebo. NDF running away with it now with 2 points, and you can see that they are in system in both of their plays. And despite
19-15.
19-15, was it 18-15?
The scoreboard says 19-15.
It's 19-15. Awesome, 4 points difference, and still it's anybody's game, because it's never guaranteed even when you have a 4-point lead, because it's all about how those guys are setting up. That was the mistake by Nankomba. If you could see where he was angling from, he did not take that angle required to come and attack that ball. By so doing, really, doing an injustice to his setter. And you could see Eames there trying to look for Namkomba's hand with that 10, and Namkomba just pulling off at the last second. A good set by Ndafenongo there out to Sindano, and Eames touching the net on that occasion, because we have to look, he was trying to reach and then causing a net violation. The back live with Mahachi still on serve. Block. Oh, that ball had come over, and that was a towering block between Fields and Nankomba, but they had not penetrated far enough to put that ball down on Nampol's court. A serve out by Mesa. He's not really in a good condition. I mean, health-wise, he's got a very severe flu. We spoke to him yesterday after the games, especially when he didn't play the last 2 sets against the Kidman's Correctional Facility. He was really off, seeking medical attention.
Yeah, but you have to do what you need to do for the team.
Indeed, we saw Sakeus there battling it out with his ankle and not really wanting to go off and getting the team to victory.
We have to recommend the players for the sacrifices that they actually make for these teams. Look at Mesa playing with a mask just to make sure you are still in the team, and he's doing what he needs to do.
Definitely.
Although he's not physically where he needs to be, but
he's putting on a good show. And those were good touches by the blockers of NDF, a combination of Erastus and Dafenongo, just reaching far out into the Nampol court to secure points for their team. And as it stands, they are now at 22-17 with that serve fault by Namkomba there. He had a chance to bring a team within 2 points of the game, but still, it's anybody's game. NDF just need to compose themselves and get it right. So
we see a substitution there from the Nampol.
Both the setter and opposite player are taken off. So who is setting?
Let's see. What is the coach trying to do?
So Paul Antenya is actually the setter, it seems, or a good touch by him. Maliki is actually the setter. Good point. A roll ball by Tangeni Eslon there. Just realizing how huge the block was. He went and rolled that ball into that open space. And good touch. Out ball.
Nice call from the team.
Indeed. They're just trying to slow down NDF a bit, getting them to overwork. And we have now Willie back on court, actually on court now. I think him replacing Mesa. That was a one-leg lunge and did not contact the ball at the right position. It's a timeout call by NDF. So again, as we were saying, these guys, when they do their warm-ups, they are in formation, they are in sync. It's a one-step movement, so nobody is lacking behind. On the female court side, we've got Revivals and Ochozonjupa Nampo playing it out on court A. That game is now in set 3, and we are yet to get the scores to see as to who is in the lead in terms of the sets. The one that we are now viewing here, it's 23-19 in favor of NDF Raptors, and the serve is with Ims of Nampo. Is he going to recover his team? Good serve and pass by Sindano. Gets the ball and whacks the ball outside. I mean, with all that effort that he has made, he just wins and gives advantage to Nampol. Nampol now within 1 point. 1 point, and as I said, it's going to be a tough one. And good calling by the Nampol coach. Good recovery there by...
Oh, unfortunately, somebody was in the net.
Oh, one of the players. And that was a good recovery by the Nampol player on the backcourt there. Mr. Simon is the first ref here. A good call. I think that was Amtenya that was in the net. Or was it Noag? Yep, it was Noag. No, Willie. Willie is the one that touched the net. Amtenya with a good set. A shot there, but...
oh, nice kick.
Indeed. Trying to bring the ball back and puts it down.
You're actually allowed to kick the ball in volleyball, so...
And I understand also to play with any part of your body.
Yes.
And you can play it also in one movement, from the foot rolling down your leg up to your hand and going up, but not in 2 sequential movements.
Yes.
That's very awesome. So what we may call a foul in other sports is actually allowed in volleyball. So the set score is now 23-21. NDF still leading by 2 points. Ronel on serve. We didn't see him really making some out ball.
He just used the hands there.
He knew what he wanted to do, because you could see how he was looking up on the blockers and just went and places the ball into the last man's hand. Good looking at the last man's hands there and just getting that point. NDF leading by 24 points to 21, and it's a timeout call, last timeout call by the Nampol coach. We are seeing the court filling up. We have Mighty Gunners fans there in the yellow and yellow, green and red tracksuit. Maliki there just trying to tell Pius to say, look, we've got this. And the coach explaining to the guys that, guys, you need to reach out. These are some of the young African C players, and then as well as, yes, the whole African C team there on the side. This is actually not good for sports, having to see top players like this carrying big bottles of beer just when they came out of court. It's quite a bit discouraging, but I think it's things that can be rectified with good administration workshops, just to see how a player can conduct himself. As it stands, was that a point by Nampo?
Yes, it's a point by Nampo.
So Willie made a point there, recovering his team and still keeping them in contest. It's now 22-24. Wow. Awesome. They are within a point. Oh, that's game?
Another timeout.
A timeout call. Timeout call, and Nampol is within. It's a point within the. It's actually 24 sides. The changes made by the Nampol coach are proved to be very, very critical. So it's 24-24, Anna, and it's anybody's game now.
Yeah, so meaning now it's the first team to have a gap of 2 points. So the set is not going to end at 25. It's going to end with a gap of 2 points.
So it should be 26-24 if it has to end there, or anything above that.
Yes, but there has to be a gap of 2 points.
Awesome. Still no Willie on serve. A good touch. And Amkomba making those errors, and I think they have targeted that position very well. Wow. 25-24. 25-24, and Nampol is in the lead.
Wow, this is a very exciting game.
Indeed. Is he going to make it for his team? Again, targeting the good point by Asser.
We are equal at 25 once again.
25, game is at 27. Game 27. Are they going to take this? Or are we going to go to game 28, game 29, game 30? Good reception there by Eames. Tangeni trying to do the roll. Players out of position. Yes, there is a carry. Backcourt player attacking the ball whilst at the jump.
We cannot afford to make such mistakes.
Not at this stage.
At this crucial time in the game.
Not at all. After all the efforts that have been made by the team to recover there. Good. Amtenya with a touch then. Mahachi reaching in. Panache just trying to look for that gap there behind. And Tangeni pulling a big one on Panache there. It's now 26 sides.
Game on. It's still game on.
It
It's
is
anybody's game. We are going.
It is game on indeed. It is game on. It's game on, Anna. Nobody wants to lose this one. Because, I mean, it's a critical weekend. You need to have your points in order. Good pass by Prince. Out ball. Sennett almost touched that ball. He almost touched that ball. And it's an out ball, 27-26. Game 28 for NDF. Is Nampol going to tie this and take it to 29?
Another substitution.
Substitution from KNVC, bringing in the two players that had tied up the game. Mesa coming in with Francis.
That is very tactical from the coach.
It was, because Paul Amtenya is actually a very good blocker. So he just placed him there together with Clemens Amtenya. And they were really, really formidable there at the front. And then you got good defensive guys like Tangeni and Ims at the back who were recovering well together with Pas Kavari. But as it stands now, they brought in their setter and their influential attacker, the opposite, Mesa. We're going to see how they're going to do. They're going to tie it up, or will NDF make sure? But as it stands, it's a match for anybody's taking. Good pass.
Oh,
good block. There was no choice there.
Wall of Jericho.
I am telling you, that man has a jump. That's Kudakwashe Mahachi just waiting for Mesa there in that position 3. And as it stands, viewers at home from Sasibon Courts, NDF Raptors took the first set, 28-26. Awesome there. You could see the set was good. But the block, he went with the swing of the arm and just placed it down.
Okay, we have 3 minutes to prepare for the second set.
And for Nampol to strategize.
And see what are they going to bring to the second set.
Awesome. We're also seeing the coaches there from behind the fence, the ladies coaches, Mr. Harold talking to the setter saying, look, you guys need to get it right. Anna, after the 3 minutes, the teams have to submit their rotations.
Yes.
How soon do they need to submit their rotations to the second referee?
They need to submit them within, I think, 1.5 minutes, so that it goes to the scorer, so they can record it on the score sheet. And then the other 1.5 minutes, they need to be done and be on court.
Oh wow! So the scorers only have half a minute to register or to register the rotation.
Yes.
And by that quickly symbolize to the, or indicate to the first referee that they are ready to commence.
Yes.
As you can see on these replay shots, you know, those boys were really taunting each other there and making great points with each other. It's quite awesome. Quite really awesome. And as we can see, the Revivals match is still on. All right, the Revivals. Anna, last words before you leave us here in the commentary booth?
I'll be leaving, guys. We need to get back to Rundu. So thank you guys so much for having me, and I'm excited to see what the future holds. And please keep me updated. I'll be watching on my phone as I'm going on the road. Thank you so much.
No, definitely. No, thank you very much, Anna. And that was Anna Mupiri, the president of the Kavango Volleyball Association. She was my co-commentator for the weekend. A great job from her throughout, and she now has to go back to Rundu. But indeed, we're still going to be bringing to you this game live from Sasibon Court. It's live on MBC2 on DSTV channel 283, and if you have YouTube subscription, you can watch it at MBC Plus as well as the YouTube channel. For those of you that are around at Chuarango, I am sure church is out and all your other probably home chores are done. You can come here and have a look at what Namibia has to offer in terms of volleyball. These games have been brought to you courtesy by Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, together with MTC Namibia and the Namibian Volleyball Federation. This is a sponsorship that's in its second year of 3 million spread over 3 years, and this is the second year of the sponsorship, where the winners last year got $40,000 in each category, and the runners-up $30,000. And the third place getting 20,000. So a total winning of 80,000 in each category. And then there are also off-spin benefits for the vendors in each and every town, that though the small medium enterprise entrepreneurs in different regions where they're selling and venting their food and drinks to the spectators and fans. We have spin-offs for the clubs who get a round grant of 4,000 Namibian dollars on every travel or games when they are being played, courtesy of MTC. At the same time, the teams have been also gifted by MTC with playing kits in both years, last year and this year, and the launch of this year being done here in Achibarongo. Good. Good play out there by NDF, and just looking at those gaps there. As it stands, we are hearing that the NCS NDF Raptors match will be postponed, and a venue, date and time will be indicated to us as well. It will be played. The next rounds that are there are the round 4. Good play by, that was some good attack by Clemens Amtenya from outside position there and just taking it. As it stands, Revivals won their first match of the morning, defeating Ochozonjupa Nampol by 3-0, it seems, and Revivals collecting all 6 points over the weekend. Still placed firmly up there on the top of the log. Good serve by Tangeni, a good approach there, and then ball is out by Amtenya. Willie not really believing that, but yep, the referee has called it, and it's a ball out. Indeed, it's a ball out. We have now 3 games going on. That is NDF Phoenix versus Kudos Sports Club. That was a match which was cancelled last night and playing now on Court D. And we have Unam Queens playing with 6 Stars from Ondangwa. And here on the screen we have, or live, we have NDF Raptors versus Nampol Volleyball Club. We have Asar Daniel just placing the ball in the net. Quite a slow and lazy approach by him there, which was a good high set, and trying to turn into the setter there and just putting the ball into the net. Quite disappointing for his setter indeed. A good pass there by Senet or by Sindano. Good touch by Eames. A pass there by Ndafenongo. Awesome. Clemens. Awesome. Awesome stuff. Good touch there. Good touch there by the NDF players, and then getting Oof. Namkomba again with an erratic serve and causing his team. As it stands, it's still tight as how they started. But it's still probably to... Good touch, good touch, good touch. Good touch there by the NDF guys there, but then a point was given to Nampo for an error, and Willie just put the ball out. Served by Sindano Asar, jersey 7, the captain of the team. Set, good one outside, a good recovery by Tenet in the net, and good set out, good recovery again by Sindano, and wow, look at that. Awesome stuff by the sitter. The recovery work was done very well there by the NDF receiving libero, making good work there, and Tenet just ensuring that, or Dafenongo actually just placing the ball in that open gap of Nampol on position 4. A good set out to position 4 again, and jersey number 10 putting the ball in the net. That's Rogerio Ronell putting the ball into the net, costing his team a point there. As it stands, is now 7-6 in favor of NDF Raptors. Second set of the game. They're just trying to identify who's to do the rotation or who's to beware, and seems everything is in order by the scoreboard there. Sindano again on serve. Good pass by Cavare. Oh wow. Awesome reach there by Fields, getting that predictable set. That was a good shadow, but I think the NDF blockers were well prepared, having seen who was coming for that, and did quite massive stuff. Sindano again on his 4th set, getting that right. Outside, and that is a out ball. He was looking for the hands, just missing the hands there a bit. And I think the timing of the NDF block is set to such perfection that they are wanting to close this as it goes. Oh, some good save again by Sindano on his 5th set now. Recovery by Tangeni, good pass. And Willie just putting that ball down on his side. He was a bit too far. The set was tight for him. As it stands, NDF is having advantage over Nampol now in terms of scores. It's a 10-6. It's a 4-point game for them. And Sindano continuing to serve. Tangeni with a reach, and that is an overpass and out of the playing zone. You can really see that they're making it difficult for Nampol. And timeout is being called by Coach Kutewe there. Coach Kutewe calling for timeout, and Coach Kutewe calling for timeout, and we can see there in a short the coach of Revivals, Mutaza Kudakwashe, coming back on court for NDF as a player. So you are allowed to come in to the playing area after the first set, but if it's the second set, you're not allowed to come in. You can just not enter the playing area when the game is on, so you have to wait until it is finished. Good shots there from our camera crane. You can see the replays, how the guys are being technical with one another. It's a quite tight match. Maliki with that error, not prepared for it, and just pushing the ball into the net. You see there Fields reaching for that ball. Good reception by Cavare, and wow, what a dig by What a dig by Cavari, and then a hit by Nowak, jersey 7, who just came onto court. The setter is just trying to tell him that, look, in the channels where I'm going to be putting the ball, I want you to be coming to me every time, so that we give opportunity to the attackers on the outside and opposites to draw only one on one blocker. Ames goes and put the ball in the net. I think his toss was rushed. He rushed his toss and eventually conceding a point. It's a 4-point game. It's a 4-point game for
NDF Raptors.
Save with NDF. Philemon Erastus is the one serving jersey 5. And on reception, the Nampo has now brought in Absalom Nangolo, jersey 13, together with Cavari, targeting the opposite. Wow. That was an error. That was an error. An error there by jersey 7 there. Philemon again on the serve, going for that position 4 and 2. Good roll. Point for NDF again. Nampol seem to be losing the plot. It's now 14-8. A sub is being called there. Ronero Rojario coming in for jersey number 7, Noak. And again, the reception line for KNVZ is Eslon Tangeni, Pius Cavari, and Absalom Nangolo. Outball by the server there, Philemon. Point advantage for KNVZ of Nampo Volleyball Club. They've also rebranded like the female team, and from KNVC, Comas Nampo Volleyball Club now to Nampo Volleyball Club. The serve is with Ronel, targeting position 4 there. Oh, good hit of the hands there. And Francis just getting to feel something on his, ooh, that was a tap on his foot there by Sennett when he's landing, and I think the players both landed at the same time, but he seemed to be okay, or both players seemed to be okay. And it's fortunate indeed that we are not experiencing any serious injuries. Oh, a lucky serve there by Ndafanongo, ball rolling onto the opponent side and giving his team a point. He's again on the serve. He's again on the serve, and good pass, out ball, and a missed touch of the block there by the NDF guys, and it's point for Nampo. Francis Andili on a serve. Good backcourt and a nice roll, and Libero was caught napping there. The combination between Mahachi and Dafanongo, they're just explaining to each other there to say, look, just give it a bit of height. Give it a bit of height so that I can attack it very well and kill it. So it's 17-10. Good serve, good pass. Out ball to position 2, and look at these boys mounting a huge monster block, and it's 18-10 in favor of Nampo. A combination of Sennett, Nankomba, and Fields just eliminating the attacks there in the front zone of Nampo. Again, the setter, or the good roll by Tangeni, dropping onto the ground, and point for Nampo. Awesome stuff. Good there by... Oh, good connection between the setters there, and you could see Mahachi coming in fast. And this is what you would want to see him doing throughout the whole day. And I think the Prince, young man, I think he was out because of a bit of a niggling injury. Coming back there just to stabilize the passes and the follow through. One hand set, and he goes and smashes the ball there. Awesome stuff. Nankomba on serve, or Mahachi actually on serve. Pius with a pass. Again, the setter is pushing that outside hit, and Sindano again messing up that ball from the attacking position, putting it on his own side. You can also see that Nampol setter is actually left with no choice, pushing the ball more out to position 4, pushing those high balls out to position 4 and not really yielding any results. Errors there by NDF giving them good points. There is a call there by the referee. There was a problem of some sort. We're trying to just get what the fault was. There was a penetration by Philemon. 13-19 is a score. Good touch by Nankomba on Absalom. I mean, if you look at the height of Nankomba at Absalom, he's contacting the ball at the top of Absalom's hands and just using them for a point. You could see that jump using the hands of the blocker there to make a point for his team, and going with power that there's no chance to recover the ball. Good technical play there by the NDF players. Serve up into position 3 to the setter. Francis with a good backcourt and recovery by Maliki, but unfortunately the ball could not come up. So it's a point for NDF Raptors, and you could see that block directed to the center line so that it's not recovered easily. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. It's a timeout by Nampol. It's 22-13. The set is moving fast and in favor of NDF Raptors. But as it stands, these teams know each other very well. It may not come to an end now, but we are still waiting to see how things are going to be. A good replay shots there. You see Tenya and Tangeni trying to get that ball, but Sennett, the last man on the 3-man block, putting the ball down with his timed jump. Serve is still by Namkomba. Francis running out of... Oh, awesome stuff. And then Namkomba placing that ball outside. You could see he wanted to get that position 2 or 1, but then missing that. Quite. Willie with a serve. Just a missed contact there by Philemon. Tangeni with a roll to position 1. Nankomba with power. Awesome. Going between the gaps of Eames and Rogerio there, and just brushing them off and making a point. That's quite interesting and awesome there. It's getting to hype up, and Willie was not ready for that. Tangeni was moving away from the ball because of the deflection, and Willie reacted quite late. Good combination play there by the NDF players. Sindano, the captain, on the serve. Pass by Cavare and Tangeni. Tangeni with a call. And it's an out ball. You could see that the setter was out of position, so Eames had to come in there and rescue for the set. And unfortunately missing out there. Overpass. Good hit. Because when you give a free ball, That's what you expect your opponent to do, and indeed Nampol capitalizing on that overpass and free ball by Senate. Senate really just giving the ball, and he had acknowledged it well before even the ball was hit that it's my fault, and just acknowledging it again for the second time. I think there's something wrong with Prince. He seemed to be out of the game. Prince is out of the game. I think there is a bit of an injury with him or something, because he has not been coming on court even for the defensive work, leaving most of the job to the receiving libero there. Philemon with a serve. Good touch, good recovery, but they were just too late. Senate was not in place, but I'm telling you, look at Ronel Maliki going on to his boy, Jeze 5. It's 10 on 5. That's awesome. Look at the leap on Maliki. They're going very high, and Senate very late. That was good reflexive movement there by Fields. A good hit by Ronel. Unfortunately, NDF losing that because there was nobody to recover. But it was still in play. Good serve by Rogerio, and Mahachi with a touch. Combination play there was out of sorts, and then Mahachi getting a second chance or a second bite to the set, and it was a wild set by Ndafenongo. Wild set by Ndafenongo. It's set point 17. So NDF probably relaxing, just waiting for Nampol to make an error here and take the set. But it can still be difficult. Ndafenongo out and down to center 6 by number 6, Tenet Silisebo there, making a big point for his team. And as it stands, is NDF 2-0, winning this one 25-17. And there was a smash between the setter and the blocker there, Andili and Clemens, missing out, and wow, amazing stuff. We are saying this again. We are coming live from the Sesibon courts at Sesibon Hotel here in Chivarongo, Chozonjupa region. And if you are somewhere close within our vicinity here, just behind the Paraces municipality buildings, you can come here and watch this match. We're still trying to ascertain what the score is for the female matches that are ongoing. Unam Queens and Six Stars, and NDF Phoenix versus Kudos. Oh, thanks. Good replays there by a team, and you could see really the agility from the teams. Mahachi on 3, Vanongo on 1. So we have the blocker, a blocker there for NDF out by the libero. That is Philemon. Good touch there by Mahachi, but good defensive block by. Look at this young man go. Really recovering the ball very well, but nobody was ready to recover the ball on the net. Nampol Volleyball Club leading now by 1 point on the set. Awesome stuff in terms of the pass. Wow, good touch, good recovery, and outside ball. Namkomba going again for power, but going nowhere between those big and huge blockers, missing the ball there. Prince really trying to get his team going, but just really missing the ball because he was out of position. Good push by Prince out in the overlap. Awesome recovery. NDF, it's a point for NDF. A point for NDF, and getting the 2 points, and it's an outside serve there by the two teams. It's a 3-1 in favor of Nampol. Nampol have also just rearranged their setup there, bringing Mesa back into the fray, and then bringing jersey number 7, that is Noag. A good dump by Mahachi. Noag was just left stranded there. So the front line for Nampol is Willie, jersey 5, Noag, jersey 7, and Eames, jersey 9. But Mahachi just going through the gap where Willie was not jumping, and Noag also in his attempt very late there. A point for NDF. This is now Senate on the serve. A good touch, a good serve, and erratic swing there. I think jumped into the ball. A good recovery, and somebody in the net. I think one of the Nampol player, I think Francis, getting into the net there. That was a good touch by Pius Cavare de Libero. You could see Noak actually coming down with the ball and touching the net. One hand touch. Good reflexes by Pius. Unfortunately, his team letting him down there. Good pass by Prince. Oh, point by Sindano, just going through Mesa Kambala there. Indeed, there before that shot, there was a very good pass by Cavare to the setter. Unfortunately, they had to give a free ball because they were not in sync. Served by Senate Silisebo, or Tenet Silisebo. Outside ball, good reading by Mesa Kambala in position 1 there. It's now tight at set 4, and these teams, they always start off easy and tight, but as it progresses, you see the teams difference amongst each other. Good 1-2 combination again. Acer Sindano in that attack position, going for power, and good sets and clean sets by Ndafenongo. But then these are all coming through because of the passes. If you look at Prince's pass ratio, it's always within the position that the setter is, making his setter work with ease. And that is also spreading the block. Good touch by Sindano again. The overpass. The service is technical, causing a lot of overpasses from Nampo. And the attacker there, Sindano, just going up on a leap and placing it down on the floor again. A missed touch by Mesa. Good pass by... Ooh. Overpass by Mahachi, and Dafanongo couldn't do a lot with that, so losing that ball. But you could see Philemon going up in the air wanting to get that one. Unfortunately, he could not manage. Good pass by Tenet. Oh, Philemon making the point. And you could even hear the spectators and the bench calling him to follow for that ball, and the pass well angled for the blocker to just go in for that quick ball under center, and Ndafanongo having a good connection with his blocker there in making a point for him. Jersey 11 is Namkomba on the serve again. A good serve, good block, monster block by the NDF Raptors, putting up a 3-man block there. And I mean, that set from Paula Zantenya to Eames, it was tight between the blockers. Awesome stuff. Again, Maliki getting a tight set there and going nowhere. Passes are coming in so fast for Amtenya and just pushing it to the nearest person, the blocker there, at not getting that connection that they envisaged. NDF starting to run away with it now. It's a 4-point game for NDF, a 9-5. A good save targeting the libero. Good touch by Eames. Sindano there, good touch. Oh, wow. Ndafanongo Namkomba putting the ball out, jumping lazily there. But you could see that they really wanted, you could see what they wanted to do there. Nampol struggling a bit in terms of the set. And as it stands, there seemed to be a decision to be made there by the referee. It's NDF ball, it seems. It seems it's an NDF ball. We are just trying to figure out what the call was. Wow, awesome. So NDF recovering again, and it's Nakomba on the serve. NDF Nampol Volleyball Club missing out. Block. I think the blocker knew what Amtenya wanted to do there, and just putting his hands, waiting to block for it there. It's a 4-point game for the Raptors. Nampol having a lot to do in this set to recover it so that they can take it to the 4th set. As it stands, NDF is running away with it now by 2-0 and 10-6 in this 3rd set. A good pass, and look at Philemon putting the ball in the net. It was too short, and placing the ball in the net there. Also frustrated with himself for not doing the right thing. However, it was something. Actually, it was a good set. He was just too slow. Impressive stuff. Good stuff. Power there by Namkomba, using Mesa Zen, who was floating and not really targeted and focusing, and missing out on that. So as it stands, it's 12-6, 12-7. Should be 12-7 for NDF now. A roll over the top of the net there, and awesome stuff by Ronald Maliki. Awesome work there by Maliki. Is now a point for Nampo. NDF losing that serve. NDF losing that serve there, and good recovery by Namkomba in the libero for NDF there. Mesa with a roll there. Sennett again with a roll. Mesa with a recovery. Back into court, and Mesa getting the ball, downing that, and the libero failing to connect and receive that ball. It's quite impressive there from the Nampol team to recover. It's a 4-point game, and they're really doing a lot to get there. Good block by Nowak, but block outside. The NDF guy is reaching above the net and getting the point. That's quite interesting now as to how it is setting up. 13-8. Good one by Eames there for a touch. The setter there having late jump by Mahachi and then just missing out there. Ball is inside. They thought that was going to be out and lost that set. It's now 9-12. You could see what the NDF guys presumed was going to happen, saying the ball was going to be out, but unfortunately spinning back onto the line and giving a point to Nampo. Good out hit, good outside pass by the setter there, and with power Tenet went onto the block, blocking that ball outside. You could see the pass, and it was again Noag who was trying to reach for that ball but floating and had no structure. A serve by Ndafanongo, floating into that corner in position 1. That's quite awesome. Quite awesome. And you could also see the spectators also just edging on their teams to say, no, let's go, we have this and we can finish this. Awesome work indeed. Awesome work indeed. And there we have the serve by good touch, but then I think Mahachi was just not placing his hands properly up in the air and bouncing off, the heat bouncing off his hands and outside. Advantage now on serve is with Nampo, but Raptors still leading by 1-0. There's a rotation fault called by the referee against the NDF team, and they did not even dispute that because they knew they're in a rotation fault. Good save by Mesa, trying to just get the setter out of play there in terms of the zone where he was serving. Actually, no, trying to get Aser because he knows that Aser is not really a good passer. So he's targeting Aser and Nankomba. And by so doing, he's bringing his team into play. Nankomba with a good touch there. And look at Mahachi going. That's a quick tempo ball in the mid lane. He just goes and slams the ball into the net. It was quite awesome. Save is on Tenet. Tenet on position 6, but good recovery. Prince got a bit late there. Dafanango with a good touch. I think the closest person to the ball there was Daniel, just failing to go for the ball. The libero attempting to recover it and also not reaching it. Nampo in it, fighting. Again, a good touch. Net touch by Mahachi. Net touch by Mahachi there, and just causing his team a point. And Nampo slowly but surely and gradually making their way back into the game. It's now 13-16 in favor of NDF. Good pass by Prince. Outside hit to... Wow, there's a lot of hand touches there and people calling for a foul, but the referee letting the ball fly. Mesa, good block, but he was off. Mahachi was off, trying to block that roll spin by Mesa from the backcourt, but then he was just too late and losing the ball. Quite interesting there. We just got a score from the ladies match. It's now NDF Phoenix ladies versus Kudos Sports Club. Kudos Sports Club recovering very well and now leading 2-0. It's now a reverse order of what had happened last night, because yesterday, as we were watching that match, Revivals, NDF Phoenix was actually leading 2-0, and then NDF recovering a set, and it ended 2-1 in favor of NDF, and in the set 4 it was 19-18 in favor of NDF. But now as it stands, I'm hearing that Kudos is leading. Good block there by Noag. Oh, that was actually out. Yeah, it was out ball by the Raptors team. As it stands, gradually but surely, Noag has brought his team within, it's actually a tie, 16 sides. And he just goes and puts that ball outside. Service error by Noag, who has been doing a very good job on service, and the team also covering very well. It's now 17-16. This is a tight set, similar to the first one, almost. Good recovery by Mesa. Pass. The boys have been put down. And it seems that Eames have just come down with the net on that attempted hit. And you could see that the massive wall that is being put up here by these guys. It's just something very impressive. And so the game has improved. The teams are competing for that cash prize money in the last round, 8 in Swakopmund. Massive! Fields going with a setter there, and Maliki just coming to smash it. I mean, you gotta check that floor. There might just be a hole in it. Impeccable. Waiting for Fields to draw back his hands and hanging and smashing it hard. I think it's even out of court, the ball. That's the gentleman there in your shot, Ronel Rogerio. Fields with a set outside to Nankomba. Easy ball to Nempol, and again Maliki coming with power. This time recovered by the libero. Tangeni coming for Eames coming for power there and putting the ball in the net. But it was impressive combination there by Nampol, really coming into play, and I think they want to take this one and ensure that at least it goes to a third set. But as it stands, NDF Raptors is leading by 2 points, 19-17. Good pass by the libero there, Pius, and it's a point by Willie from the backcourt, making that point. Interesting stuff. How the techniques and the tactics are being put to play here is just magnificent. Good touch. Sindano with, and that's a point. Late recovery by Nankomba on the net there, losing out to Mesa, placing it where there is gaps, and he's a very technical player, always seeing the gaps on the court. Good pass by Tenet, and it was inside the good touch by Philemon on the net. It's spinning around here. Free ball now, they call for it. It's quite sad. He had jumped too far from the net. And as it stands, Nampol is leading by 20 points, 19. Yes, as I'd say, these teams know each other very well. They always keep fighting. They keep fighting and bashing at each other, and hence it's not over as it is now. It is not. Wow, quite impressive as to how these teams are setting up. And NDF leading by 2-0. Nampol fighting their way back into this one, now leading 20-19. And if it so works out well for Nampol here, they maintain the momentum, they may just take this set and give themselves a fighting chance. We saw the NDF coach making some changes there, bringing in Panache Guta, I think, for Ndafa Nongo. Good serve by Eames, and so Sindano causing an error. There, hitting the ball outside. Nampol 21, NDF 19. Eames again on serve. Is he still going to target that position 6 where Tenet is standing? Looking, and he's going for it. Prince with a pass, good out ball there. And Ndafenongo just reaching for it and making a point. It was a nice high set from high hitting set by Panache. In a fault there by Maliki, wanting to go for that hit as he had before, but then this time putting it in the net. You could see what he really wanted to do there. He said he wanted to down it, but missing the connection. It's now 21 side. Good recovery by Prince, and Tenet pushing it out to Ndafenongo. Ball. Mesa using a lot of power there and just putting down Philemon, who came down with the ball. Quite interesting. That was quite good play between the Nampol guys. Mesa just fortifying himself there on the net, ensuring that the ball does not bounce off his block, eventually defeating Fields. Ndafenongo, he's got a kind of a swing on him, and it's always problematic for the opponents. Recovering his team, and they have also brought Success back on court. I mean, Success is also one of the players that is always bringing his A game, you know. Him and Fields just probably trying to get their coordination right. Good pass. Mesa blocked there by Mahachi and Ndafenongo. He goes again. He rolls the ball. Good recovery. Panache getting the ball. Fields pushing it over. Easy ball. Piers with a good recovery. Mesa coming again with a roll, and it's a ball out. Panache could not get to that one. It's now 23-24. 23-24. Panache is not able to get to that ball. And as it stands, we may just go to fourth set, unless NDF has to pull a rabbit out of the hat here. Good pass. Awesome there, tying the set at 23 sides. Tying the set at 23 sides, and that was a good combination hit between the setter and the blocker. Good pass by Prince. And the blocker following that, knowing that that is a very good ball, and the setter just setting it off the last blocker there and making a point. Ndafenongo trying to find the gap there, going for it. Good serve. Libero did a good work, and the setter putting that in the net. As it stands, it's set point NDF. Set point NDF, and timeout is called by... No, it's set point NDF, no timeout called. Timeout called by the KNVC coach. So just trying to break the momentum and the speed of the game by the NDF Raptors. You see, that was good serve, and then Francis just making a meal of that. I think it's probably some sweaty palms and fingers, and just costing his team a vital point. And you see now the coach just calling them to say, look guys, we can be within this game. All you need to do is be calm. We get a point each, and then step by step we make a score. You know, it's quite interesting by how volleyball is. You know, you can call timeout twice for 30 seconds just to talk to your boys or just to break momentum, but still, and that just really worked into their favor. It's now 24-24. Nampol tying this one with that timeout call that they had. On servers is Mesa Kambala, also a very technical server, given his physical condition today. Prince with a good touch, and Chiguta bringing the ball up to Tenet, and Tenet with that slow swing up in the air, just making sure that at the time that the block is going to pick, a ball is already on their side and coming down with it. So it's 25-24 NDF, and serving is the captain is actually now Success. Success is the one who is serving. Actually, the captain are requesting the referees there as to who's the server, and then he gets a notification there that it is indeed Tenet Selisebo who's the server. He's going to serve for a game. A good save, and that is game, set, and done. Ladies and gentlemen, our viewers from all corners of this country, this game has just ended in favor of India, 3-0. Nampol really tried, had their game plan almost right in both the first set and the third set, but losing out on just some errors from their side. 3-0, 26-24, how it's ended, and NDF Raptors surely happy with themselves in terms of how they performed. As it stands now, there is a game on the other court for the ladies, but this one is done. We're still at Sasibon. This was part of our last broadcasted match or matches, and you see the players just giving each other a high five and acknowledging each other in terms of how it was and the good games. And there's no love lost amongst these guys because they know one another. Some of them stay together, some of them work together, some of them are friends, acquaintances outside volleyball, and they really look out for each other. That's the score sets now, 28-26 the first set, really going to the wire. 25-17, easy running there by NDF Raptors, and then this one 26-24, also a tight set, and just matter of some small errors by the Nampol team. They're losing it out, but indeed NDF Raptors calling the numbers against Nampol Volleyball Club. As we are waiting for the highlights, you are just encouraged to even restream this on YouTube channel whenever you find yourself wanting to look at something exciting. There are some good games on our MBC YouTube channels of the Mtc Vnl. You see that was a serve out by Success. Look at this by Prince, a good connection with Tenet. And you could see that Noag had gone up early but could not really be on the side where the ball was. Wow, that is awesome. That's Tenet Silisebo. Good save and pass. Cavare just getting his passing range crossed out there and getting the ball off the attacker. And Francis could not move from the position. We have the spectators of Revivals Volleyball Club and players there just watching as to what is happening. And Revivals Volleyball Club now perched at the top of the females log, having played successfully there. You can see Mr. Katiti, former player of Nampol, also coming there and explaining to the guys that you guys had this and this that you could do. But it's fine, don't worry. Yeah, definitely. These are some of the spectators from Nampawa. We can see Sakeus Moronga there and Laban in your shot there. There's also Tuafeni from Kudos, and then the libero from Nampawa also. They're just stretching out. I mean, we have the setter for Ochazonjupa, Kimi, just enjoying the matches, and a lot of Ochazonjupa volleyball players just out here to really appreciate the showing. Awesome stuff. There's still some games going on the ladies' courts, and as it stands, it seems that it's still tight on the ladies' courts. Last time we got the reading, it was NDF Phoenix were trailing 2-0 against Kudos, and then we're still trying to get the scores for Nampol Unam Queens visas Queens. Quite interesting match, and we are just hoping to get the results as to what is really happening on that end. Good pass there by Prince, and you see in the first set then Amkomba just putting the ball down. That was a pass, and realizing that there is a gap there and pushing it into that open gap. That's awesome. Those are awesome replays and a good touch by Clemens. Quite interesting stuff there, and we really have to appreciate the cameraman there, giving us the best of the highlights of this set. Tenet with that roll out, you can see what he was trying to do, and you see Mesa trying to look for that gap, and wow, awesome stuff. Could really see how they are recovering from there and making points. Yep, he was a bit delayed there, Namkomba, and hence you could see his reaction that he was a bit off, but really making amends of some small niggling errors that he had, and gaining advantage there. You could always see how Ndafenongo always sees the setting up of the opponent's block before he places the ball down there, and pushing the ball into those open spaces where his blockers are. That was one of the highlights of the day, that hit by Malik. It was a very good set by Francis, good combination between them, and then getting that ball. Quite interesting. Good work out there. It was a good match between the guys, and they really are working on each other's numbers, and there's good highlights that can be even captured by anybody doing some marketing for this VNL and both MTC. Awesome stuff. We still have ladies matches on, or as it seems the match is over on the NDF Phoenix Kudos match. Appears to be finished, and now we have Six Stars versus Unam Queens, and they are fighting their way out there. Maliki going for that second attempt and just really missing it there. That's awesome. Let's see, NDF just making adjustments by bringing in Panache to show up on the setting there and transferring Dafanongo to attack, and taking this one, and that was the final ball by Tenet. That was the final serve by Tenet there, getting a good save on Pius, and a reception error causing Nampol to lose that match. We are just trying to reframe ourselves to the ongoing female matches. We are there now, and Six Stars versus Unam Queens. As it stands, it appears that one team is leading by 2 sets and the other by 1. This is now the fourth set. Fourth set just started recently, and oh, it seems it's within the. It seems we are in the final set. That was some erratic play by Unam Queens there. Wow, we're trying to get the set scores. We're trying to get the correct set scores here by this game, and see how it is going. But as it stands, Unam Queens is leading this set by 22-10 or 22-11, and Six Stars giving them a run for their money. It seems it's an out ball. The NDF Phoenix match has just ended. We're still to determine who won that one there. still trying to find out as to who won, and we'll give you those results. Good pass there by Felix. Alma going for the ball, and Maria Tiopel is going for the ball and just putting it into the net. Oh, wow, awesome. We have Esther Shapwa with a pass there to Sylvia. Nango putting the ball into the net after all that good work. It's quite difficult now to try and adjust to the different courts for the ladies, and they're just really trying to push each other. Good touch there by Pombili again. They're recovering very well. So Sylvia messing that set up and just pushing the ball outside. Oh, that's so bad. After all that good work that they have done, they have really put the ball out. It's quite impressive as to who is playing. Yeah, Sylvia pushing the ball to Nango, and then in that open space, they put the ball. A good pass there by Lamish. Outside ball to her. She comes back in and dumps the ball to the position 3. No recovery. No recovery there. There was a miss. I think somebody served before the referee could indicate for them to serve, and now allowing for that, and that player just goes and put the ball outside. All right. We have Alina there coming in, taking out Rauna, not Rauna, but taking out Nango Daniel, jersey number 1, and then Alina coming in, and wow, she goes and puts the ball into the net. I think she was being brought in as a cover player in terms of serve, but then just puts the ball into the net. We have now Lamish on serve. Good serve out to position, out ball, and Alma could not control that. A good, powerful serve indeed. Wow. Again, Lamish. Again, Lamish on serve. Servers outside. It's set 2, and as it stands, Unam Queens are leading by 9-4, and the first set, ironically, is with 6 stars. So Unam Queens winning. Unam Queens losing the first set to 6 stars by 1 set, and we are actually in the second set of the match. And this is 5-9 in favor of Unam Queens. Maria Teofellas with a good save out there, and good recovery by Maria again there from the center, and a young lady there, jersey 4, just getting that match. So for those of you that are in Ondangwa, these are your home girls playing 6 stars, and those of you that are from Unam main campus, there's the Unam Queens that are representing you here. They are in the second set, and as it stands, it's a 5-point game for 6 stars, but there's some good fights here. 6 stars taking a set out of Unam Queens, and that is a ball out, and Six Stars making quick strides into this match. It's now 6-4. Pisco jersey number 9 coming now for a serve there. Pisco with a good serve and a good reception. Lamish with a backcourt attack from position 6 there and just flooring the ball in position 1. No receiver in that position. Nango is coming back on court again just to try and dispel those challenges by Unam Queens. Yeah, we have jersey number 4 on serve and good touch there by Six Stars. Pambili with a pass there to the setter, high ball, Amish with a roll, Felix with a good touch. Awesome stuff, and an error there by Unam Queens. Error there by Unam Queens, and it's now 7-12. We are just trying to get the O2B forms of Six Stars and then Unam. Pambili with a pass on center side, pushing the ball out with Felix with a touch. Good play by Six Stars, jersey number 11, Maria. Outside ball by Nango. She was out of position. Played the ball out there. It's still a tight match as we are seeing. Six Stars pulling a quick surprise on Unam. And Unam putting the ball in the net, so it's jersey number 3 there, causing a service error. It's now 9-13, and it's a 4-point game. Serve by Alma. A good serve there by Hey Lamish with a good touch on the outside. Outside ball, and she almost did touch that ball. Fortunately for her teammates calling for an out ball. Save again by Alma onto Lamish, trying to get her out of play. Good block and out. Pisco really trying to do the works there and just blocking the ball out. Awesome stuff from here, from Sasibon courts here in Chivarongo. There's a final match of the day. All other matches have concluded, and this one is now good touch by Alma and Felix there, but really not making the effort to get the ball over. We've got serve there from jersey number Nango with a good touch. Sylvia giving the ball back to her again. And Nango again putting the ball into the net. Could see that she's not really focused. She was not really focused. Losing out on making a point for her team. It's 16-10 as it stands. 16-10 as it stands. Good touch by Sylvia. Lamish calling for the ball, good roll and placing the ball outside. She's using a lot of power, and within that also losing points for her team and giving advantage to Six Stars. Unum Queens is coached by Coach Muita Sikopo and Six Stars by Coach Omsalo. Pombili going with a one hand and a good touch there and recovery by Six Stars from the net. Again, Lamish trying to avoid the hands of Pisco there, jersey number 9, and she is just putting the ball outside. A timeout called by Coach Muita. It's a pressure point moments now here, and Six Stars really taking and pushing. Six Stars pushing Unum to their limits. It was expected that this match was to be completed together with the other matches, but just taking a bit longer than the expected match of NDF, Phoenix, and Kudos. We understand that match also ended in a 1-0, in a 3-0 score. We're back on court again. Six Stars wanting to really just push up and make this get this win, to leave themselves within a chance of winning. Good serve, and it's on the line, says the line judge, and indeed the referee just confirming that jersey 14, the captain there, is trying to get her team going. That was an erratic pass, but good recovery by Nango with a good pass, and Pisco with a point, and indeed making massive point there from the center. I mean, she's a good blocker, having really played for Six Stars several times before joining Oshana Nampo and teams like Beaufort Shining Stars, and then Revivals, and here back rejoining Six Stars and really making great strides. Good touch again there by Nango, and Maria just going with a small touch, and good hit by Pombili from the center line there, or the middle, with that middle attack, rolling the ball just off Pisco. It's a good set by the Unum Queen setter there, and Lamish on serve, jersey number 9. She knows these Six Stars ladies very well because they played together and know each other very well. But unfortunately, putting the ball in the net, I think she was too hasty also, and thus giving advantage to Six Stars. We are still looking at some thrilling moments here as to what can happen, but a good recovery by Sylvia. I mean, just anticipating that, and yes, that was a mistake by Pombili, just causing her team a big point, trying to dump that ball hard and putting it on her side. She was too far from the net. And wow, that's a big, grave mistake that got her coach very, very wind up there on the touchline. As it stands, Six Stars is really good cover there by Sylvia Inango, and then Felix just goes and put the ball in the net. It's not really what you'd want to see. From a team that has worked very hard there, but they're still within 2 points of this match. Okay, serve advantage with serve advantage with 6 stars now. Here it seems it's 17. Oh, good recovery by Sylvia, and Maria pushing the ball out there. Good touch by Sylvia, rolling the ball again into that open. Pombili with a touch there to the setup. Lamish coming in there, and wow, good pass by Maria and Len Felix there with the point. Again, Nango really just doing the defensive work there against Lamish, and the setter rushing the ball a lot there. That was very awesome, and Sylvia just also doing an error there, rushing her pass. Outside ball, a lot of errors on a lot of service errors by UNAM. As it stands, these players or these coaches know each other very well. They used to coach 6 stars on several other teams in the north, and some of the players on the UNAM Queen side also having played for 6 stars. So again, that's inside. Lamish controlling the ball and placing it in the center corner there, and making good points for our team. Good touch by Pombili. 20-17 is what the score is, and inside ball, good save. Good save there by Jesse. Yes. Muita very agitated there with his girls as to how they are performing, because you'd expected him to have finished this game off. But as it stands, he's really trailing and wanting to take this set. Good touch by... A good swing by the young girl, jersey number 7 there. Lamish making points there now. She's the critical one. She's now the critical one there, going for... She's a critical one going there for that position. Muita still relentlessly just telling her girls, look, you got this, but you can only get it if you put your heart in it and fight your way hard. And yes, getting a point there. Score appears to be 22-17, and we are still on a set point. Ball going out there by 6 stars players. What we are trying to ascertain, there seems to be a set confusion here on the court. The scoreboard's not really reading well for us, so we are just looking on it to see what will happen. But as it stands, now UNAM Queens is leading this match. A good serve by the young lady there. Jersey is at 14. They have brought in Esther Sharpwell just to try and stabilize that reception. And Esther Sharpwell, yep, this is Jersey 14, is the one that just had that ace of a serve. Going again for the same position, and ball on the line. And 6 stars is actually now giving up on themselves and losing the ball. Quite interesting. Again, Jersey 14 on servers. Jersey 14 on servers and just trying to push that ball into open space. Getting the feel of the ball and just ready with herself to see as to where it will end. Good recovery, and Felix just putting the ball outside there. It seems 6 stars. I think 6 stars are now just tired. Sharp putting the ball out. Mwita just again a bit agitated and calling on the ladies to play an easy game and a relaxed game in order for them to succeed. So we are just there and trying to see what is happening. You can see Mwita there and not really feeling himself as to what is happening. So out ball there by Lamish, making a lot of mistakes. Good touch by Pombili on those replay cuts, and yeah, awesome stuff from our crew out here in Chivarongo. So good save and out. I mean, when you call for a timeout, you break momentum of the girls. You break good pass by Pombili, but overpass on the setter. The setter just making a meal of that. Unam is actually leading here. Actually, Unam is leading 2-1. Unam is leading 2-1, and winning this one, it's now game over. That means Unam have actually won the set or the game 3-1. They have played a 4-set game, and quite interesting. And these are teams that know each other very well. These are coaches that know each other very well, and the teams really brought their A game here to over the weekend in Chivarongo, and it was a good showing of games. It's unfortunate that one of the matches, the guys' matches, could not be completed yesterday, but we are hoping to hear as to where it was going to be. It's going to be played, and in this case, we have on your screen. The Unam Queens and their coach just congratulating each other on that win and play, and it was really a tough match for them, having gone to the wire, and even the second set now ending 25-24 as to how it ended. So it's really quite interesting. Here with the rest of here, people are now picking up, just trying to journey back to their destination, be it Windu, Gurundu, Katima. Find their favorite spots here in Chivarongo. Quite interesting. As we see the shots there from highlights there from the game, Lamish going for that power attack, but just placing the ball outside. And you see this shot by jersey number 7, putting the ball outside and really missing the ball. Good play from both teams, and you could see the consistent serve by jersey 14 of Unam, making great points there for her team, and really bringing her A game and rescuing her team there to avoid a tiebreaker. And that the last set, that was Shapwa with that pass, but making a meal of it. Again, Petit, these were the last final moments of Unam. Petit just serving that one out. Yes, good play by the Unam setter, setting it out to Lamish, who just goes and rolls the ball into that open space and making that 25 point for her team. Some good showing for this match, some good showing for the day, and we just want to really appreciate MTC, Namibia, and Namibia Volleyball Federation for bringing us the best of the games in round 3 here in Namibia. So the next round will be played in Windhoek at the Windhoek Showgrounds. That will be round 4 before the games are taken to Rundu. And Rundu being a passionate town of volleyball, having developed a lot of volleyball players in that area, so would want to really see what will be happening there. We're seeing what will be happening there, and the teams that will be playing out there, the schedules will still be shared with the rest. We see NDF, NCS players really just enjoying the time and seeing how we have been. Right, this was our final match, and we just want to say thank you to the spectators, thank you to MTC, thank you to the Sesibone management, and we also just want to inform you that the NCS NDF Raptors match is going to be played at a designated venue, either in Windhoek in round 4 or round 5. That's what we're understanding from the organizing committee, and was supposed to take place this afternoon and changed on the last minute. It will be a good billing that is going to be probably showcased wherever it's going to be played. But from us here in the commentary booth and the Sesibone court, want to say thank you, and we see you again next time. Thank you.